Oh, hi, Mark. So jealous of everything you deserve. All, oh, dude. Good morning. Thank you. That's there's some pretty awesome stuff in there, man. There's some pretty awesome stuff in there. Yeah. There's some pretty awesome stuff. Dude, those I was warning, nerd stuff approaching, but then again, it is this stream. It it was very cool seeing how they carried the load of the Saturn V through the ML. It's very telling. It's very telling. What's the word? It's very telling to show how they would carry the load. That's actually a lot of good information for how. Like what would be a good hold down point for the rocket, for like our rockets in the game. Being able to get like a detailed blueprint of the hold down point, I can really look at it and I can sit there and stare at it until it makes sense in my head, which I'm not saying that happened, but oh boy. I missed it. Did somebody send you the entire blueprint? All right, I'll get one of the things. Okay? Just get one. So, the person that gave me this stuff chose to remain anonymous. But, ladies and gentlemen, Xbox One. It just works. No, look. This is a full set of plans for a mobile launcher. Like a full set of plans. Yeah. Full set, dudes. Full set. Electrical, plumbing, HVAC, structure, all of it. Complete. I'm really happy that I opened right to it. Complete with isometric drawings of each carrier umbilical assembly. Is it legal? Sure. Yeah, this is fine. I'll tell you what though, Boxy, there is some stuff in there in the other things that we got that like cryogenic timings on shuttle main engines. Yeah, I chose not to show that for reasons. Yeah. So I have an STS-1 flight evaluation manual. So this is like the final report for STS-1 after the mission, like a post-mission manual, and it's all on paper. The thing's like this thick, and they have all the cryogenic timings in there. They have booster telemetry. I was looking through that too, and I saw the lofted trajectory because the SRB's overperformed on STS-1.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pagano, 57-month resub. Buck, there is a line drawing of the Complex 34 mobile service tower in this collection of stuff that I got, and it's a real blueprint. I have a real blueprint of the Complex 34 MST. I'm like, how did you get this? Where enough did you get that, boss? I got it from an anonymous viewer. Viewer chooses to remain anonymous. Tessa? Yeah. Look at this stuff. Look. Here, let me show you. Like, look, this is the entire set. It's the whole plans. There's all of it. Like, all of it's here. Look, a high bay line drawings, CCAFS line drawings, like this. Look at this. Level drawings. There's isometrics here. Look, look, look. This made me a happy EJ. Now keep in mind, these aren't the real blueprints. These are much too small to be blueprints, believe it or not. You don't print blueprints on 11 by 17. So for the Euro viewers, this would be like A5 or A6, I think. This would be the equivalent for you guys of 2 A4 pieces of paper put together. I don't know what you guys call that. I think it's A6, but look. See? So check this out. This is what I'm talking about. Look. See the hold down points? See how they carry load through the mobile launcher and they distribute the load out to the outer edges of the mobile launcher. See, right here, 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 and here. That's cool. And then you have this support right here and this support right here, and those supports are for the launch tower. That's for the LUT. Those carry the load of the launch umbilical tower, which is it's so cool. They even talk about load distribution on here. Like, dude, look at this stuff. This is it A3? There you go, A3. Yeah, yeah. So this is we have like we call it 11 by 17 because inches, but A3. Yeah. So this is much too small. A3 or 11 by 17 is much too small to be blueprints. These aren't big enough. They need to be bigger than this. Has to be at least 3 times this big. But there's ISO drawings. There's like look at. You're an hour too early. Oh, I know. This made me want to work. Like, there's a floor plan for the mobile launcher at level 1. I want to build this. And then there's level 2 inside of the ML because the block part of the ML at the bottom is 2 stories tall. So there's level 2. Chief, look at this. I've walked through one of these doors before. Look. Those are the bulkhead doors on the ML. Look familiar? Like I said, these are full plans. All of it. I don't know how this got photocopied onto here, but it did. This probably is a lot of photocopying. I hope somebody has a Xerox machine, but what's this one? Yeah, this is level 0, so that's the surface of the mobile launcher. And look. So this is cool. Construction people will understand, will know what this is. I got the framing diagram for the mobile launcher. Oh, yeah, Tessa, don't worry. Brimo and I are working on these ones are just regular 11 by 17, but the real plans, I have real plans. There were some real plans where I'm going to preserve the brick out of those. Look, framing, metal framing, dudes. Dude, you know what the messed up part of this is? You know what the entirely messed up part of this is? I look at these plans and I'm like, this is complicated to build, but it ain't that complicated. It ain't $1.5 billion complicated, that's for sure. Picking up what I'm laying down. But yeah. Yeah, it's the full set. I work in construction. It's pretty standard to make copies on 11 by 17 because it's a massive plan to carry around the full-size drawings. So I'm sure they did this even back in the 60s through the 80s. Yeah, for like a sample. But yeah, Blue, they're not the master plans for sure. No, Blue, I actually know all about that. Working in a print shop, I used to. So from like 2010 to 2012, I worked in a copy and print shop. This is before I delivered pizzas. The second time, and before Best Buy and stuff, I worked in a copy and print center. So yeah, we printed all kinds of blueprints. It was really cool because I'd always ask the construction guys, like, "Oh, what are you working on?" And they were always really confused. They were like, "You care?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is cool, man. Of course I do." And they're like, "What?" And I may or may not have one time spent like an hour talking to a guy about irrigation plans for a parking garage. Yeah, my boss didn't like that. Yeah. No, Staples copy and print, not Kinko's, no. Did you ever pick apart the pizzas in secret to make Pizza Rocket? Yeah, of course. Reminds me of all the drawings on an oil rig. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. Did you try to figure out ways to make better reinforced pizza boxes? No, but I can fold a pizza box real fast. NASA will inspire the world when it returns Mars samples to Earth in 2033. Oh, cool. Yeah, but Blue, yeah, I know. I used to... Actually, I had a really good conversation with... That parking garage irrigation was... I'll show you the parking garage, believe it or not. I'll show you. If you've been to Boston, you've probably seen it. Here. We're getting 2 more Mars helicopters in that plan. You know they did helicopter on Mars, right? So check this out. This parking garage is right there. That's the rental car parking garage at Logan. So if you've ever been to Boston and you've gone out of the airport and you've gone through here and you've seen this parking garage there, yeah. I know the guy that did the plans for that. He did all the drawings, the irrigation plans at least. See they dug a bunch of culverts and stuff in here, and then there's a bunch of pipes that run out to a discharge over here somewhere. Yeah, see, there's one. It's pretty cool, actually. And then I think there's another discharge. Yep, there's the other discharge right there. See? Yeah, Dukas. I helped print the plans for this because we're the only copy and print center in the entire, like, unless you wanted to go into the city. We had a wide format printer so we could print blueprints. That's how I know that these plans aren't big enough. These are just sample plans. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah. I know all how the irrigation works. I went over the plans with that dude. I'm like, so is that by terminal load? And he's like, yeah. Oh, that's really cool. You like this stuff? I'm like, yeah, this is sick. The guy talked to the guy for like an hour. And, you know, the funny thing is that my boss got all mad at me for wasting time, right? I mean, I don't care. I wanted to learn about blueprints. And then the guy came back with this whole set of plans and printed all of that. Yeah, so, I mean, who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? I'm not going to lie, it probably wasn't worth the hour. But I learned a lot about blueprints. I got the store repeat business. What do you want from me? Anyway. Yeah, Lucas, there you go. Yep. I'm going to put these away because if I don't put them away, I'm going to be studying them. We have a pad and an SSTO to work on today. Let's go. That's why I started early. Dude, because you're heading to Boston tomorrow. Yeah. When you see that parking garage, dude. I didn't help make it. I just helped print the plans. That was a long time ago. I just folded space behind you. Yeah, it's because I'm a wizard. Are you a wizard? Boop. There we go. There we go. Get the music going. Any chance you have good food recommendations? What kind of food do you want? I have like all day Friday before the show, and then I'm leaving Saturday morning. No, just a synth. Oh, okay. Just had those carbs delivered. Probably gonna have a go at swapping them tomorrow. Yeah. Dukas, what kind of food do you like? Lucas, can I run something by you real fast? If we had technology that could consume black holes, could we theoretically invert ones to create stars too? Oh. I might need more coffee. Lucas, I don't think inverting a black star is possible. Like, literally anything good. We aren't picky. Care more about a good place than what kind. But anything really. Sandwiches, ramen, pizza, Chinese. We can get all of that. Lucas, go to Hanover Street. Go here. All right, real quick. Lucas, I don't know. I mean, I don't think stars are made that way. Stars are made in the in nebulas. We'd have to find a way to make a nebula to make stars. Now, do I think that's impossible? No. No, we can do it. The universe does it all the time. I don't know how we'd do it, and that is not something that's anywhere close to like our technology level, but I think we could. Sure, why not? Okay, so Dukas, here's where you want to go. There's two really good places, like there's two really good spots, like that's it, right in the city, okay? Actually, three if you want to be technical. So right here, in this area right here, around the common, there's a lot of good places to eat, right on this road. On, why is this thing all messed up? There we go. So, on Stewart Street, there's a lot of good stuff. Right? A lot of good stuff right there. There's like halal guys. This is Chinatown right here. So there's a bunch of good dim sum and stuff if you want to go there, if that's what you're fancying. Okay? Now, Chinatown is first. Then over here is the seaport. So, Dukas, you know the building that I made in Minecraft, the Yotel? That's on Seaport Boulevard, right here. There is plenty of good places to eat. There's a Shake Shack right here. I mean, it's kind of name brand, but there's a bunch of other good restaurants down there. There's like Remy's and stuff like that. And then there's, of course, illegal seafoods. If you want literally fresh seafood that was like fresh from the ocean, there's a seafood restaurant down here. There's Legals. And that's the fishing pier right there. So, look, see all the fishing trawlers? These guys go out and they like legit fish, and then they deliver the fish right to the restaurant. So, if you like seafood, go down to Legal Seafoods over there. You will not be disappointed. Trust me on that one. Yeah, it does. Like, I'm not a big fish guy, but I don't hate fish. But you want good lobster? Yeah, lobster's expensive right now. It's not really. It's kind of, when's lobster season again? It's spring, right? So, like, there's always good fish in there. Cod from Cape Cod, obviously. There's a bunch of good stuff at Legals over there. Walking up and down Seaport Boulevard is a good time. And then the third spot is where I would recommend, obviously. So this street right here. This is Hanover Street in what's called the North End of Boston. Or the North End. Hanover Street is really cool. This is the Italian district. This is the Little Italy from Boston. In Boston. Look at this. It looks like just a regular city, and then you start seeing that there's literally Italian everywhere. Bella Vista, actually, right there. That's a good place. Alta Strada is down here. Literally any one of these places, you cannot go wrong. They're all really good. I took Brimo's folks to that restaurant right there. Villa Francesca. That's a good restaurant. There's all kinds of good stuff, dude. Hey, Staples. It's funny because this used to be a jam-packed street, and then everybody switched to outdoor dining because of COVID, and now it's a really jam-packed street. There's Altistrada down here, I think. I don't know if it's called Altistrada, maybe. Dolce Vita, there you go. Go there. That's a good place. But that place is always full because it's right at the entrance. So there's plenty of good places to eat in here. Literally, just pick one Italian restaurant. They're all good. And they're like, it's not like Olive Garden where you go in and it's like, oh, mamma mia, Italian. And then everybody in there's like, hi, welcome to Olive Garden. We imported our vintage Italians, okay? We have vintage Italian here. So, like, Italians actually run these places. Like, bapa boop beep bapa boopa, usually. And then, you want dessert? Go to Mike's Pastry. Go to Mike's Pastry. The cannoli. That's all I'm saying. Go to Mike's Pastry. And then, what's cool is if you go down Hanover Street even more, you gotta go down here a little ways. Mike's Summer Car. Hey, Goose Island. Very nice. Seriously, any one of these restaurants. Anyone. Look at that. Look at that. Anzalone Realty. We're going to sell you a freaking house. Look at this house. So. Okay, so not like the Italians who only know American culture, but is just proud for some reason for being a family that was originally European. Bingo, Lucas, bingo. Like, look, I'm ethnically Italian, but I'm very, very, very American. Like, very, very American. Like, my grandmother spoke Italian, but I'm not. No, if I went to Italy, I'd be as out of place as anybody else. I'd be like, okay, all right, I don't speak this language. But, speaking of that, Dukas, you're going to want to go down here. The Old North Church. And the Paul Revere Memorial is here. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. Speaking of America. Also, a very nice Buick Regal. And a very nice Ford Super Duty. Yeah, that's a sweet Buick, Tessa. Look at that. I'd roll that. Roll that car. Did you sleep any? No, hell no. I'd be super out of place in the USA culturally. Nah, Lucas, I could teach you guys how to be American. It's fine. Yep. So, Dukas, you want to see a little bit of American history. This is where the American Revolution started, basically. Paul Revere rode from Lexington and Concord. British are coming, the British are coming, the British are coming! And he rode basically on this road, right? No, not that road. That's the road near my house. He came up here, basically where Route 1 is. Route 1? Forget. And then over here, from Concord and Lexington, which is where. This is just north of me, by the way. This is where, around Hanscom, that's where the American Revolution started, right there. No way he'll mention tea. Nah, we gotta find the bridge. Where's the bridge? I can never find it on Google Earth. I could drive. The irony is that I can't find it on Google Earth. Is that I could drive you there right now. Like, this is like 30 minutes from my house. There's Hanscom. Hanscom is an old Air Force base that got bracked, but it's a regional airport now, which is cool. Only own huge things. I mean, Lucas, once again, I will maintain this till I'm blue in the face. The reason why everything is big over here is because the country's freaking huge. There it is. There it is. The bridge right there. That's where the American Revolution started, right here. Brits were on one side, Americans were on the other side. The Brits are like, you ungrateful colonists. And we're like, yeah, well, your red coats look stupid. And they're like, you what, mate? And that's how it started. Yep. Yep. That true story. Yeah, we were like, your hair looks stupid! And they're like, what? You what? 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 That's exactly how that happened. I feel like I was there. No, in all seriousness, yeah, this is where it started, and there is three unmarked graves for 3 Englishmen that were there that died in that first battle. And you know, you pay your respects, right? Like, I love giving English people crap. It makes me happy. But we're bros. Don't forget that. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Whoop. I love giving you guys crap. It makes me so happy because you like doing the same thing to me. Don't say you don't. I know I'm on to you. I'm on to you, you cheeky buttholes. This might be a bit out of your interest, but I recently got a Civic sedan. What's your opinion on this mod? I may do it. It looks cool. I miss the old Civic sweet potato, to be honest with you. I miss the old ones because the old ones are very reserved. Like, if you look at an old Civic Type R, it just looks like a regular Civic. That's what I like about this. I think the new Civic's got too much going on, man. And before you say, well, what do you know about Honda? Well, what do I know about Honda? I own 2 of them. I had a 91 Accord. That was my first car. Honda makes great cars. I have no beef with them. I hate Chevy. Chevy sucks. Honda, though. Honda's alright. And then I had a 2002 Accord Coupe. It had an F23A5 engine in it with a 4-speed automatic transmission. But it was a coupe and it looked cool. It had triangular taillights like the NSX, man. Yeah, I know a lot about Hondas, dude. I love the old stuff. It's me. Would you expect anything less? But see, with Hondas, the old stuff is like 30 years old instead of old American stuff, which is like 60 years old. The EK9 was the best. I'll be honest with you. I'm an EG6 kind of guy. If I was gonna Honda it up, EG6 or an NSX or an S2000. But yeah, EG6s, man. Those are cool cars. Those things go. They have a B18 in them, right? The B18C. So what's cool about that is that Honda started making a little bit of a history lesson here while I load up the pad. Honda started making motorcycles. Soichiro Honda made motorcycles first after the war. He used spare parts left over from the war effort from the Imperial Japanese Army after World War II to make motorcycles so people could get around because there was no industry left. The US kind of removed it. Right? So Soichiro Honda used surplus military stuff to make bikes. He made motorcycles. So because Honda made motorcycles first and then cars second, they didn't start getting into cars until like the mid-60s, early to mid-60s, right? All they knew was how to make motorcycle engines. So what are motorcycles? Motorcycle engines don't make a lot of torque, but they make a lot of power on the high end, right? The reason why is because with a motorcycle, you don't need a lot of torque to move it because it's a motorcycle. So they started applying that concept to cars. And they made cars that didn't have a lot of torque, but they could rev till the end of time. They could just rev 8, 9, 10,000 RPMs. And then by the time the 80s came around, they had cars that could just rev to the end of time. That's why people like Hondas. That's why Honda has a huge following, because their engines make insane power for the size because they can rev till the end. They're like a Ferrari. They could just rev to freaking 10,000 RPMs. A little 4-banger revving to 10,000. That's why people like S2000s so much, because they can rev. They go to like 9,500 RPMs. And I don't care what kind of motor you have, how big it is. If you have a 2-liter motor that revs to 9,500 RPM with a turbo, you're gonna go fast. It's like 500 horsepower. So that's why people like Honda engines. So sweet potato, I don't hate Honda, to be 100% honest. You think I'm some guy that, oh, I hate Japanese cars, America all the way. No, I like Japanese cars. Japanese cars are cool. Yeah, oh yeah, very cool. I love the engineering behind them, to be 100% honest with you, because it's simple. It's very simple. I like that. As an American, it's very simple. They're very simple cars. They're supposed to be simple and reserved. That I like that. That's old school American stuff it's from the 90s instead, you know, which is funny because the American stuff from the 90s is convoluted, complicated, and it's junk. Go figure. Yeah, no, they don't. The Japanese don't. Yeah, they take very high exception to doing a bad job. That's something I very much respect that country for. They really don't like doing a bad job. I can get behind that. Sure, absolutely. They don't. No junk. Has to be quality every time. Has to be quality, and that's why I like them. Go figure. I mean, personally though, I like Hondas. I've owned Hondas, but I'm more of a Nissan guy. Nissan pre-Renault acquisition. When the French got involved, that whole, you know, building quality stuff kind of stopped. But if we really want to know, my favorite Japanese car is not a Supra. It's a 1989 Skyline GTR R32. So BNR 32 chassis code. That's a cool car. Because all-wheel drive, and I want to go fast. I like that. Yep. I'm a Mazda guy. Mazdas are cool, Diagonalizer. Yeah. The Moto Compo. Fuck. Yeah, Moto Compos are cool. Alright, anyway. SSTO stuff. So we tried making an SPMT yesterday to transport this thing around. It kind of worked. I was thinking about the design last night, and I made a pretty critical flaw here. I made a pretty critical flaw in the design. Don't worry, we don't like French cars. RT, I'm not the biggest fan of French cars, but if I had to choose one, it'd be an Alpine. Yeah, old school Alpine though, like a 70 Alpine. Wait, SPMT? Oh yeah, Thomas, you want to see? Here, I'll show you. But yeah, other than that, actually, dude, Peugeot was over here growing up. Yeah, we had Peugeots, and I thought they were cool. There were Peugeot 205s here, and Peugeot pulled out of the American market, I think, in the early 90s. But I remember people had Peugeots. So, Thomas, it kind of works, but I made a little bit of an error. So, the error that I made, fellas, and the reason why this thing won't hold up anything is... Well, so RCS balls make great hinges, but if you use one RCS ball, that's a perfectly spherical glider, so it becomes a ball joint. That's why stuff slides off of this thing. I was thinking about it last night. I'm like, oh, I didn't do that right at all. This hinge needs to be inverted. I need to have, instead of the two outer RCS balls and the thermal bearing being part of this, they need to be part of that, and that ball joint needs to be part of that. But you can't have a ball joint either. We'd need to have a 4 RCS ball thing going on here, and I'm not sure how we do that. But yeah, I mean, Thomas, the thing is it lifted up the SSTO. The problem is because that's a ball joint and it's got a G11 hinge behind it, or G00 hinge behind it. That's not very strong structurally, so it kind of leans when you pick something up. But this thing did pick up and move 40 tons. I put one of these tanks, one of those tanks on it, and I put some I-beams down, and I made a Starship style stand for it, and I lifted it up, and I did move it. But once again, we would need to redo the joints on this thing. But Thomas, I will show you. It is pretty freaking cool. It's also an insanely high amount of parts. It's like 300 parts. Because I had to hand make all the joints. We could find ways to revise down the design. I could find ways to do it. But yeah, here, let me show you. Oh, Goalie took a picture of that yard today. That's right, Canadian. Actually, the person who gave me all the blueprints said I owe them an SSTO launch by the end of the week, which is why I'm here early. Yeah. Yep, okay, I can do that. This is in that damn yard that we looked at yesterday during space. Son of a... I want it. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking, man. That's a 250 XLT. Towing mirrors, overhead lights, towing package bumper. And this would have had a diesel in it. It's an IDI. Because you can tell from the exhaust. The gasoline ones have 2 exhausts stacked over each other. Oh, goalie, I love it, man. How much? How much? Very nice. How much? And we got a... That looks like an old International, I think. And then Chevy square body. Probably, it's from the 80s, so like an 85 or an 86. And then there's another Studebaker. I think those are Studebaker trucks back there. The red one, well, rust one, and the white one. Yeah, Ruben, I saw the trickle charger on it. That thing is money, though, dude. I love it. I love those trucks. You know why I like those trucks? Here, bet you didn't see this one coming. It's simple. It's a simple truck. This is the last year that anybody made a simple truck. 96, 97. And then we started making luxury lifestyle trucks. And I like that truck a lot. These things, though. I'll take that square body. Actually, goalie, is it a Suburban? And look, the guy's got other extra fenders right there. Have a quick listen to this and tell me you don't hear a screaming V10. Yeah, that's why people like Hondas. I don't blame them. I like engines that can rev to the end of time. That's a nice truck. I like that truck a lot. I don't know, I didn't really look. You just took pictures of this and left? It's a nice Ram over there. So, it's got a Sterling 1025. That's the same rear end as mine. It's got 8 lugs. But judging by the front ride height, this has... I'd say it's all-wheel drive with front traction bars, judging by how the ride sits. So you should buy the truck and part it out. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you should buy it and part it out because it's worth something. I don't see any Chevys from the 90s lying around all over the place. I don't see Chevys from the 90s still on the road. They're all in junkyards because they were junk. I still see people rocking OBSs all the time, though. Just saying. Look, Chevy had the square body, and they dumped the square body in 1987 for, what is it, the LMT 400? The LMT 400 chassis, I think is what it was called. Let's see, 95 GMC Sierra. Yeah, they dumped it for these things. These things had electrical problems like you would not believe. They came with great motors and stuff, but electrical all day. Bad electrical problems. They're cool trucks, though. I'd buy one of those. It's a nice truck. Nice, Strunken. That's awesome. Yeah, Golly, I could get down on one of these. Sure, we could have some fun with this. Put a 454 in it. No body kit, though, please, for the love of God. Oh, what'd you do? Those are Ford rims. Just... Dude, I need a Ford guy. You don't put Ford rims on a Chevy. What the hell's the matter with you? You got a 97 Sonoma with a good Vortec. Max, those are nice trucks, dude. The GM stuff from the 90s, though, it has electrical problems. They do. Those trucks have electrical, but you got to take care of them. But sometimes custom is too custom. Well, a car is your canvas, right? Diagonalizer, that's the thing now. Can't really shame people for their questionable automotive choices. So Thomas, check this out, dude. I made wheels out of grip pads. This was Tessa's idea, and they do bounce around a little bit, but no sprung weight, so you don't have to worry about Kraken Tech zapping out a landing gear. So the reason why this tiny freaking thing is 300 freaking parts is because we made the wheels. I'm gonna work on the pad poker, but yeah, pretty much. Oh, I had numlock off, so my action groups didn't work. I was wondering why it was freaking out like that. There we go. That's it with the hybrid tech. And don't get me wrong, this thing is really cool. This thing would be, you know where this thing would be useful? The moon. Yeah, it'd be pretty useful on the moon. We just need to find a way to reduce the part count on it. But I have, right now, Thomas, I have all the cow controllers bound to 1, so it can just lift up. But if I put the thing in reverse and we head backwards down the runway, it can load level. It'll absolutely load level for me. So all we got to do is just take that. See? It can load level, no problem. Yeah, those are the fuel tanks. It's running off of a fuel cell. See? Yeah, she'll load level. Absolutely. And dude, it can hold up a lot. It's just I used a ball joint where I should have used a hinge. I need to redo this front axle here. I was thinking about it, guys. That's the reason why this won't hold anything up. We need to redo the hinges, because literally where the hydraulic hinge attaches here, that's a ball joint. Where the wheels attach, the hydraulic attaches down here, also a ball joint, and then the front hinge is a ball joint. So if you try to lift anything up, it'll just lean. It just leans over to one side. That's the problem with this. I could get this thing to work, but I also really want to make the SSTO work, and I don't think that I could sit here and fiddle with this thing all day, and maybe we will some other time. But yeah, Thomas, it works exactly. I copied the kinematics exactly for the SPMT, like distances between parts and stuff, and how the wheels work and the throw and everything. Dude, it works. It works great. This thing can lift. I just got to redo some of the Kraken Tech on it. We got to find a better Kraken Tech solution than that. It is a good V1. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing has torque for days, dude, because every wheel is powered, right? So it can really pick stuff up and go. And it can, I haven't really tested it, but I'm pretty damn sure this thing can get traction up this hill with payload on top of it. And it can, like I said, it can load level. See? Yeah, see? Stays nice and level. The only thing is that the grip pads are a little bit bumpy, but I can figure out another way. I can figure out a different way to do that. Now imagine if you could make it automatically load level. I'd have to start programming CAL controllers, Buck. Like, 50 parts of this thing would be CAL controllers. It turns out that how these things move is actually pretty damn impressive. The control systems for an SPMT, it's more complicated than you might think. They get in depth real quick, probably worth it though. Could you briefly explain the difference in sprung weight using a vanilla wheel compared to the pistons? Okay. Sure. Yeah, absolutely, Aces. So sprung weight versus unsprung weight. What does that mean? Well, long story short, is the part of your mechanical equipment being held up by a spring? Is there any suspension? That's it. So think about this for a second. SPMTs do not have any suspension. There's no spring. There's no shock absorber. It's just a hydraulic that moves it up and down, right? Why is that? Well, think about this if it was a spring. Think about Starship going around a corner if this was sprung weight. Think about it. What would happen? The whole thing would tilt because one spring would compress and the other one would decompress, right? The whole thing would fall to the side. You don't want sprung weight when you're moving stuff. Now, there are exceptions to this, right? A long-haul truck, for instance, so like a big rig, lorry or a ute, whatever you want to call it, those things have springs because they drive on roads. Roads have bumps in them, so you need suspension. But you're also carrying something really, really freaking heavy usually, right? Because I'm going to go to this side. Because you're carrying something heavy, right? You don't want to like drive the truck around a corner and have the thing tilt. So trucks usually have really, really tight springs. They're very, very tight, very, very strong suspension, or they have airbags. Airbags can literally change that. You can change a bunch of things with it using pneumatics, right? You can change the ride height, you can change the suspension geometry, you can change a bunch of things, right? So when you have sprung weight like that, you're going to get sinusoidal oscillations. I know, turbo encabulator, I get it. You're going to get sinusoidal things happening, like the spring will decompress and recompress, like, and if you're moving stuff around, you're going to have a bad day. So, like, stuff that's designed to move heavy load short distances, like an SPMT or a forklift or a telehandler, those do not have suspension. Well, telehandlers might. Forklifts do not. And if they do, it's an extremely heavy spring, right? Porsche is buying 50% of Red Bull. Huh, didn't see that one coming. So, does that make sense? Aces, does that make sense? Long story short, if you're moving something, you don't want it to be sprung. You don't want it to be on a spring. You don't want to have a spring holding it up. But the other thing is that if you tried to do a cross-country road trip in an SPMT, well, first of all, you wouldn't be able to go very fast. These things don't have a high top speed. They can maybe go like 10 miles an hour on a good day. Also, it would be a little bit of a bumpy ride. Don't the pistons have damping, though? I shut the damping off on the pistons, Aces. Yeah, you have to set it to 0. Yeah, you could use these as a shock absorber. A buddy of mine that streams KSP, he doesn't stream too much anymore. Enraged Aries, he's a good friend of mine. He actually made suspension and he used hydraulics with a target extension high, force limit low, and damping really high, and he used that as a shock absorber. Yeah, he made suspension with the hydraulics, which is actually really cool. He made like a pre-runner truck. It could like drive up. The thing could go really, really freaking fast, and it could drive up and over and catch air and then just keep going, which is actually really cool. He used rover wheels, and the rover wheels were attached on control arms with hinges and stuff, right? They were attached on control arms, and then he had 2 hydraulics. One was the spring, and the other one was the damper, which is dude. He made struts. He made struts in KSP, not like rocket struts, like actual like struts on a car, like a coil spring with a shock absorber inside of it. Enraged, yeah, RJ, Enraged, yeah, he's doing real life stuff. I talked to him 2 days ago? 3 days ago? You get sprunk. Yep, that's right. I like big trucks and I cannot lie. But anyway, we looked at this as a solution to moving around the SSTO, and this one could do it. I gotta redo these. I gotta redo the control arms a little bit with different Kraken tech. But this is a good prototype. It does work. It does move stuff. It moves stuff pretty well. It moves stuff pretty well. My solution to the flat spot on the wheels is to just gizmo some of these off a little bit. There we go. We would ideally need 3 of them because of the rotation here to get this to work correctly, but yeah, you'd need 3. I'd need another one right here, but I don't want to increase the part count anymore. To clarify, are we talking the big chunk or the normal SSDO? I'm going to fix the small one first. Got 17 chokers of gravel heading to the sorter. Nice. Hey, Matt. Are those wheels made of grip plates? They are, Matt, yeah. Because SPMTs don't have suspension. And Rover wheels in Kerbal, I'm sure you know. Visible pain. Visible pain. Actually, Matt, dude, you gotta see this. You gotta see the stuff I'm belting out in this fricker nowadays, dude. Wheels, this is fine, dude. Look at this. The Time Scepter. So, Kraken drives. You remember Kraken drives? Shimmy made one for the Collins Transportation program. CTS? Yeah. Remember that? This is a gimbalable hybrid tech Kraken drive. I miss Shimmy. I still talk to him from time to time, dude. But yeah, me too. Yeah, I noticed those struts weren't run correctly. Yeah, this is a gimbalable. It's a gimbal Kraken Tech drive. So like, if I put a fuel tank here and I put a fuel tank here and landing gear, and it's a 1-axis gimbal. So think like a Soyuz vernier engine. So it only does this, right? It only can turn on the pitch axis, right? But I put 2 fuel tanks front and back of this thing, and then I turned the drive upright, and then I activated it, and it took off hovercraft style. Dude, people are even... Here, look at what Average Joe did. Look at this. So Average Joe is an older viewer. He's one of my moderators. He isn't around much, but look, he made a cargo jet with with double gimbal Kraken drives. Well, found out last night I caught COVID during Comic-Con. Why do people always make me sick? Never fails. This new variant of COVID, Ernok, is extremely contagious. BA5 or whatever it's called. It's super freaking contagious. But it's not as virulent. The virus is doing virus things, man. Viruses always get more contagious over time. Like the common cold. You notice how we never got rid of the common cold? Now, I'm not saying COVID-19 is the common cold. It's in the same family, but it ain't the same thing, right? From what I understand. So, yeah, it's going to be like a nasty flu, and you're going to start coughing, but it goes away after a while. But yeah, as long as you're not like deathly ill when you get it, you should be fine. Just take vitamins, dude. Take vitamins. And if you have an inhaler, hit the inhaler. But then again, don't get me wrong, or not medical advice. Everybody's different. You know how it is. Yeah, Nordic, that probably would help too. See, like, Nordic, people say, oh, do this, do that, right? Why not do all of that? Yeah, why don't we, like, be healthy, take vitamins, and then, you know what I'm saying? Like, just putting it out there. But, hey, whatever. You take vitamins or don't take vitamins, do this, don't do that. It doesn't bother me. All good, just sucks. Dude, it's fine. You'll be okay. Like I said, do you have a fever at all? Did you get a fever? I got a fever. So what happened is I started coughing like crazy. Like 1 or 2 days after I think I got it, I started coughing like crazy. I mean, you guys heard it, right? And then I had a fever for like about a day. And then it was like a nasty flu after that. Yeah, you're going to start coughing like crazy. And then I had, nasty. It was like a nasty flu after that. So you're going to feel like trash for a couple of days, but it goes away. Drummer, how you doing? All right, so we're back over onto the pad. So how are we going to do this? We need to work on the attachment mechanisms here, okay? So, my god, it's a UFO. It's not a UFO. It's just a Kerbalized version of this with its launch pad. So Linux, I got all those blueprints, but Linux Guru Gamer, the mod father himself, made this for me. Check this out, dudes. It is a 3D printed X33, complete with double RS-2200s. Dude, look at how clean this 3D print is. Linux is a freaking legend, dude. Like, can you tell that this is PLA? Doesn't look like PLA. It looks like injection molded plastic. It's definitely not. It's PLA, like I can tell, but it's an awesome model of an X33. And it's pretty much to scale with my Matchbox Dream Chaser. X33 wasn't as big as you might think. Pretty cool though, huh? You can see that there's a certain shape that re-entry vehicles like to take. See that? So what you're seeing here on the screen, well, you're seeing this, but what you see here on the screen is a Kerbal version of that. It's a Kerbal version of the X33, Kerbalized. I'm not making the... Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. So Linux gave me that, which is really cool. But we got to figure out a better way to put this thing together. You know what's messed up? You know what's completely messed up? I want another stab at making a panel thermal protection system and getting the shape to be more like the actual X33. This is close enough, but have you seen the new GTA update stuff? I have. Yeah, serious, I have. Alright, so we're going to go in here like this, and we got to figure out how we're going to put this thing all together. So I have the SSTO attached to the launch plate. What we got to do is work on how this thing attaches. Okay? Right now, how it attaches is just one docking port, and then one fairing is the structure. That's all that holds this entire thing up. And then I used auto struts for everything else. That doesn't work how I want it to work. That's not good. We don't want that. So the real one had attachment posts here, 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 and here. And then it had two TSMs coming through here. And then the arrow spikes are in the center. So I swapped that out and I kind of fudged this a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. Remember, physics-less parts don't drift and flags are physics-less parts. That's right, Lube. And you can make them big. Yeah. Actually, Loopy, you know, while we're here, let me test something. While we're messing around with this. Let's go in here like this. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, right? Now, physicless parts, I mean, they obviously add to the part count, but it doesn't mess with the simulation rate as much. So I'm wondering if I set this to a panel, and then I set it to one of the color swatches that Predominant gave me here. I'm wondering if that's going to affect performance in a positive way. In a positive way. You know? You actually, that's actually gave me a pretty good idea. Wonder if we could keep the part count down. Like, just replace a couple of these parts here and there, right? I mean, this is just kind of a side note thing. We could use this to drive that part count down. Did you install the tow package? No. Ernok, I have a little bit of a problem on the tow package front. The problem that I have, dude, is, well, the wire harness back there for the trailer brakes is a little screwed up on the truck. Also, yeah, you remember how I like hot wired the trailer brakes to the ignition? And in doing that, I kind of messed up the trailer brake harness. You'd also keep the mass down too. Yeah, that's right, Tessa. Yeah, you remember how I did that? Yeah. You can get more contact area up against the back face of the SSTO, the physicless SVI flags. Just don't break them. Yeah. Well, if I go to try to get a trailer from the rental place, yeah, they won't give me a trailer because I don't have any trailer brakes hooked up. I totally forgot about it, dude. That's, yeah. I don't know. And don't get me wrong. I can hook up the trailer brake harness. That's fine. I'm sure I could figure it out. But also at the same time, I did cut that harness underneath the dash because I was like, oh, when am I going to need trailer brakes? It was kind of during Route 154 and yeah. So, yeah, there's that. So, we might have to tow with my dad's truck, but the truck is still good for moving things. So, return to Vice City is now confirmed based off of a Bloomberg report. Oh. Ernok, the harness should be there. The rear harness, all we got to do is just isolate some stuff. But once again, diagnosing and troubleshooting wiring and figuring out what wire goes where takes time. So, time I do not have. Yeah, time I do not have at all. So, yeah, I got that going for me, which is nice. Alright, Loopy, here's what we're gonna do. Guys, if it's something I'm learning about today's kind of news cycle, I don't believe it unless it's coming from the source. I really don't. I just don't. Call me jaded. That's fine. Call me whatever you want. It's okay. So, if Bloomberg says it's going to be Vice City, I honestly, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Well, how would you know that information? The digicals do take time. Hi, Jaded. I'm Tessa. No, you're not. Your name's probably like Scotty McScotsman or something. Scotty McLeod. Scottus McLeodus. That Edsel though, Edsel was nice. I want that Dodge. I'll take the D100 Camper Special Express Custom Deluxe Red Wagon. Yowza. Yeah, I want that one. Alright, so the SSDO is parked over there. I don't want to mess with the SSDO's design too much right now, but what we need to do... So, I gotta go with what I know works. Alright, so what do we know works? We know the RCS balls work, so I'm gonna use thermal bearings again. And I want thermal bearings 1, 2, 3, and 4. Funny enough, I got an Irish first name. than a Welsh last name. So your name's like Colin Golf. Yeah? Cool. Alright, cool. Just thought I'd let you, yeah, alright, cool. Now that I know. Honestly, I'd love a new location. Much shorter than that? Oh, okay. Alright. Loopy, what do you think, buddy? That was Polish. No, Polish would be like Grizzly Krakow. Grizzler Selinski or something like that. Leon Fairwill. It's not my fault no one can understand what you're saying. I like Vice City. Miami is a great place for a crime game. Sizikazinski. Yeah, exactly. Sounds the same. Yeah. Why your last name isn't Chopishlongoff, is it? Perdoli. Yeah, I think we'll go with the thermobearing pins for now, Loop, and we'll see where it takes us. And then I should be able to put 4 RCS balls on here. But I think one of the big mistakes that I made with the SSDO is not being able to move it around correctly. It has no hoist points. There's no place to pick this thing up from correctly, right? Like with my shuttle, I did all the hoist points for it, and we can move Collins around, no problem. I even moved it around pre-robotics. I never worked on any hoist points for this thing. There's just a docking port down here that's kind of rudimentarily placed. Rudimentarily? I placed it without really figuring out where I want to pick the thing up from. Right? So, oh man, what a strut nightmare in here. Jeez. So, I really got to work on the hoist points for both of the SSTOs, but rudimentary. I can't say that stupid word. I don't want the air brake alignment systems, so I'm going to get rid of those. Those don't really work how I want. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of the cow controller. I do like the guide pin up front, so I might modify the SSTO instead of a docking port up here. Or we could still keep the docking port, but instead of that, I'll have an alignment pin in a docking port, like Collins. So that would make this much more structural. Having an alignment pin up here, we should be able to put it like here somewhere out of physicsless parts, you know, and put like a thermal bearing here so we can find the guide pin and then that'll dock. And when we find the guide pin, everything will get lined up. It'll be much easier to put together. Francisco at San Fierro. They could put in San Francisco like San Fierro. Tessa, honestly, you want my honest opinion? I wouldn't mind if GTA 6 was an expansion for GTA 5 and they just doubled the size of the map. I'll be honest with you. Just add San Fierro into GTA 5. You don't necessarily, like, I don't know, like, that would screw with the business model. You don't necessarily need to, right? Like, you don't want it to be just additions, but you wouldn't want graphic updates? GTA looks fine. I'm not really concerned about graphics, sweet potato. With GTA, it's all about the gameplay. Look at the old games. The old games had terrible graphics, but they were super freaking fun. Needs a new engine? Or do what they did in San Andreas where they put Liberty City back into the game. I mean, albeit only for one mission, but that would be cool to have crossover like that. Yeah, they weren't terrible at the time. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Alright, so let's figure out the hierarchy for this thing. Well, Rockstar, dude, I've talked to those guys before. With Rockstar fellas, they don't want to release, ironically, like if they're going to release a new game, right? Why is that such a route? Oh, I see why that's such a route. I got it. They don't, Rockstar ironically does it, if they're going to release a new game, they want something groundbreaking, which is, I mean, that makes sense, I get it. No more mission mode? No, I just haven't been running it lately, Zizep, because... Yeah, I kind of hit a little bit of a mental block in December with the SSDOs, with this project, and I'm rectifying that. And then once we do, we'll get the MLV cooking in mission mode. Why are you working on the SSDO? Did you give up on new rockets? No. I thought it would be a fun thing. Guys, I'm moving next week. So next week is only going to be space news and rocket launches. I need time to move. So I figure a good send-off while I'm in the apartment here is work on the coolest thing that I built here in this apartment. The SSDOs. I think this was the coolest Kerbal project I worked on here while I lived in this apartment. So I'm going to fix the SSDOs. We'll get them working with hybrid tech. Hybrid tech should fix most of the problems that we encountered. And we'll get the small one working first. Shouldn't take much. I'm trying to fix it now. Then I'll get the big one working and it'll be a good send-off. I want a Red Dead 1 remake on the RDR2 base. Well, yeah, they put the entire Red Dead 1 map in Red Dead 2, didn't they? They do that with GTA. Where are you moving to? I'm still moving. Massachusetts dangerous. I'm staying in state. I'm just moving out of the damn city, dude. There's too many people. There's too many people. There's not enough space. It's just... Yeah, there's like 5 million people in Massachusetts. And the state is like not very big. There's a lot of people here. And I'm just, yeah, I want to move that. I want to move out of the city. Yep. What are these attached to? Downstairs neighbor must be happy. I don't care, Dado. Yeah. She's the one that actually kind of prompted me to start really looking for a house seriously 5 or 6 months ago. Yeah. You know, I told my neighbor, like, if I'm making noise, I don't know what's loud. I don't know what's loud for you. I try to be quiet as best as I can, but I do need to work at night. Like, and if I'm making I told my neighbor, if I'm making too much noise, like right when she moved in, and like a couple of times that I've seen her, like, if I'm making too much noise, please tell me. I don't want to be a burden. I don't want you to lose sleep. I will soundproof the room. I'll do what I have to do. And then I never heard a word. Like, that was when she moved in 2 years ago. Never heard a word after that. And then 5 or 6 months ago, my landlord came to my front door while I was streaming, knocked on my damn door and said, "Hey, you're making too much noise. The person downstairs complained." And I'm like, all right, I'm sick of living in an apartment. I'm sick of this. We're finding a house. At least your states are big enough to do that. Electron, Massachusetts is not a big state, dude. I think Wales is bigger than Massachusetts. Straight up. Yeah, and then I went down again, Lucas, after that, and I was like, look, I apologize for making too much noise. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm in the wrong. I'm making copious amounts of noise in the middle of the night. I get it. Like, I'm not trying to... I will do what I have to do to make this place soundproofed and soundproof the walls to the best of my ability to make sure that I don't bother anybody else. I get it. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here. With that being said, that really forces my hand. Don't you think? So I went down and said, look, I'm sorry. Where am I making noise? Like, what's loud? I don't know what's loud to you. Like, I can't, I apologize. I don't want to make noise. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I just need to do my job. And that's it. Like, so I said, you know, what's loud? And she's like, oh, well, I hear rolling around in the middle of the night. It sounds like a chair rolling on the floor. And I'm like, oh, okay. So what she was hearing is when I would play Summer Car in the middle of the night, I would roll back and forth, or racing on Friday nights, I'd roll back and forth on the chair, and I just have a rug on hardwood floor, right? So I was like, all right, cool, I can fix that. That's fine. But, you know, damage is done. I was like, you know what? I don't want to live here no more. Screw that. And Brimo and I finally built up enough money to put a down payment on a house, so that's what we did, and now we're moving. It could have been the motor and the wheel, pedals, Tessa. It could have been anything. Well, what pissed me off is that, like, I went down and I was very straightforward with my neighbor. I was like, I stream on Twitch. I need to be there during primetime hours and into the night. I'm sorry. Like, if I make noise, tell me. Tell me. I know I make noise in the middle of the night. I get it. But if I'm making too much noise, I'll do what I need to do because I want you to get a good night's sleep. This isn't about, like, who has the right to be loud and who doesn't. I just don't want to be a bother to my freaking neighbors, right? I don't want to be a bother. Like, that's just a dick thing to do. So I said, I'll do what I have to do to soundproof it to make sure that you get a good night's sleep. And if I'm ever loud, you got to tell me because I don't know what's going to be loud and what's not. I will try my best to be quiet, but if something is still annoying, you just tell me. She's like, oh, yeah, sure. Oh, thank you. You're so nice. You're so kind. Complained to the landlord. I'm like, you mother... I'm like, well, all right. Nope. Don't want to live here no more. Yeah, something like that, goalie. Yeah, I got a little pissed off. It's pretty screwed up. It's pretty screwed up, Chubbs. I don't, like, I know I'm being loud. I know I'm being loud in the middle of the night. I don't want to bother you. I don't want to bother anybody. But I need to do my job. Like, I guess I'm the jerk, I guess. I guess I'm the one in the wrong. Like, and then, like, I went down and I said, hey, you know, this was after. I went down, I was like, okay, hey, what's bothering you? When's the noise? And we figured out that it was rolling around and stuff. And I said, look, like I said, just tell me. Just tell me what's up. Like, I'm not, like, you can tell the landlord if you want. That's fine. I don't care. But that's not going to fix the problem. Just tell me like when I'm making noise and stuff. Oh yeah, okay. Oh sure, yeah. No problem. Yeah. I'll write you a letter if you're making noise. I'll just leave a note or something. I'm like, yeah, that's all you got to do. Like, if you want to get the landlord involved, that's fine. I don't care. You can complain to the landlord. Go ahead. But you got to tell me. The landlord coming in saying you're being too loud doesn't help me fix that problem. So I got the same thing that I got the first time. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll write you a letter. That's a really good idea. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm moving. Yeah, proceeds to bang a broom on the ceiling. Yeah, every time I talk to this lady, she's the nicest lady in the world. But then, yes, then I get brooms freaking bang on the ceiling and complaints to the landlord. I'm like, all right, bye. Like, all you gotta do is just come up and knock on my door. Just come up and knock on the door. Or just shoot me a text. I gave her my freaking phone number. Hey, EJ, you're being a little loud. You're being a little loud. I'm trying to get sleep. Oh, sure, no problem. I'll shut up. No, but I get treated like, you know, I get treated like the rowdy frat house in the middle of the night that's making too much noise. I'm like, all right. And you know what the most screwed up part is? So since the pandemic, she works from home and she's a music teacher. And blasts music in the middle of the day when I'm trying to sleep. I never complained about it. I never complained about it because I thought we had a mutual understanding. Like, I work at night, you work during the day. You're a music teacher, so you have to play music. I get it. I'm a Twitch streamer. Twitch streamers allowed. Streaming is a loud thing, unless you're a chill streamer, right? You know, I never said anything about it because I didn't, you know, I'm not freaking, why cause that drama? Like she's a music teacher. She got to play music. It happens, right? So I make no big deal out of it, right? Then she freaking told the landlord to be too loud. I'm like, wow, that's great. But anyway, I don't even need to get upset about this, because I'm moving. It's not my problem no more. You should let the landlord know they lost the tenant because of those interactions. It's not a bad idea, Crash. Maybe I will. Can't wait for you to be loud at night on stream. Dude, I'm playing the drums, Endo. I'm getting my drum set. I'm putting the drum set in the shop. Seriously, I'll open up the stream to like a freaking 5-minute drum solo. You think I'm kidding? Alright. Anyway. So, we have our alignment pins here. Don't worry, I'm better at playing the drums than I am at the guitar. Don't worry. Yeah, Lunchbox, look, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I understand, dude, if I couldn't get sleep at night, I mean, I don't really get much sleep in general, but like I'm totally in the wrong here, and I understand that. And I want to try and fix it, you know what I mean? But I can't fix it if you don't tell me what to fix. Is that why you never play the drums on stream? Precisely, Floating. Even my electric drum kit, I have the kicker pedal on the floor, and the way I play the drums is I don't like, if this is my foot, I don't do this. This is what a lot of drummers do. I do this with my foot to hit the kicker pedal. The reason why is because I like heel toeing the kicker pedal like this, so you can like bottom. So when I hit the kicker pedal, it's like stepping on a gas pedal instead of like how everybody else does it, where they just have their big toe hitting the pedals a lot. Maybe Blue, sure. Anyway, all right, we got to start taking this stuff apart. So what we need to do, all right, let's get rid of the posts right there. We don't need that. I also want to get rid of this. That thing worked, but we'll fix it with something else. All right, so this was just prototype Kraken tech, just to see if it would work. We can get rid of those, and then those are honestly just for show, so we can get rid of those. And now I got to work on the distance between the puller and the pusher hydraulics. Play Bleed by Meshuggah. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is, man. And then there's some struts down there that aren't run correctly. And then there's some holder struts for the panel right there. Alright, we can get rid of that, and then we'll get rid of the panels just temporarily. Okay, so those things should be attached to the root part, and this should just be a brace for it. It's a song by the band. It's good. Oh, look, I'll see, fellas. All right, so there's the holder struts for the piston right there, and then we have two struts that connect on the strong back connector. They're not in symmetry. Oh, they are in symmetry over 2x from front. Okay, cool. All right, so I don't want to change my pivot point, but one thing I noticed about this, comparatively to the real X33's pad, desktop, rocket research, MetroStar. One thing I noticed about this comparatively to the real X33's pad, so the X33 has, you have an erector, right? So a strong back for it to help move the entire vehicle upright, and then you have your launch box or your reaction frame, right? The reaction frame is, you see it right there. I made it out of girders, etc., etc. There's the real one. There's the real reaction frame. And I noticed the way that this is set up is a little bit different than what I have. The load-bearing areas of the launch box right there go out. They're arced out. So they carry the load here and here. And it just looks like a square. That's just grading over the launch box. It's like a thrash metal band. I could always... Tesla, I always could do with some good thrash from time to time. So, hey, all right. Yeah, see, they're carrying the load diagonally right there. And then right here, so the arrow spikes go in the center, so mine's a little bit different, right? The arrow spikes go in the center, and then the tail service mast umbilicals. So hydrogen goes here, and oxygen goes here. The TSMs are actually borrowed from the space shuttle, which is really funny. Yeah, they're supposed to be space shuttle tail service mast umbilicals. Now in here, you have an explosive bolt. Those aren't explosive bolts because they were testing the load simulator. Those are 2 blocks of concrete right there. They were load simulating, making sure that the hydraulics on the pad work. This is an explosive bolt box. So what happens is the explosive bolt is attached, is threaded to the X-33, right? And then it explodes, it pops off, and then the frangible nut is actually down here. The bolt will shear itself off the back of the X-33. It'll fall, and the nut will pop off, and the bolt and the nut will fall down into this cavity here. The reason why you have you keep your explosive bolts and your separators inside of an armored box is because, well, you don't want that going off next to the rocket engine and sending shrapnel into your engines. Atlas does this, Delta does this, Venture Star would have done this, the Space Shuttle did this, Titan did this, Atlas 2AS did this. Every single one of them have a box to put where the explosive bolt goes, and you can see there's a little hatch to open it up and take the old one out and put a new one in. So the way they're carrying the load is a little bit different than mine, and that's where we really got to work on. We really got to work on getting the reaction frame to work correctly. How does the SSTO move payloads into orbit? Sparks, well, the real one has a payload bay on the top, and then there's 2 hydrogen tanks here and here, and then a LOX tank sitting up at the front. The dude, the Venture Star has some of the weirdest tank designs ever. They needed to basically to get the reentry shape right, because the thing is basically a freaking, see what I mean? It's basically a wedge, a cheese wedge. It's a lifting body. So this is a biconic reentry vehicle. So you see it's kind of one cone here, and then there's another cone right here. So they needed to make the fuel tanks in a very specific shape. They needed to make them in a very specific shape because they need to fit into this kind of wedge, this lifting body wedge. So the payload bay was riding in between the 2 hydrogen tanks for the baseline of the design, but as they got further and further in the program, an external payload bay like that became more of the norm. That's probably what the X-33 would have ended up looking like. This was the last design revision for Venture Star before the project got canceled. See how it has a hump on the back? As opposed to this one? And they were going to use a 5-lobe LH2 tank, which is nutso. This is really ahead of its time. So these tanks right here. So the LOX tank would have been made out of basically friction stir welded aluminum. Like Falcon 9, like New Glenn, like SLS, like Delta, every like pretty standard aluminum stuff. The hydrogen tanks here would have been made out of carbon fiber. It was a carbon fiber mandrel. These were called bilobe tanks because it's basically 2 cylinders kind of conjoined at the front right here, right? So, and that's basically what this is. It's 2 hydrogen tanks with a LOX tank stacked on top, and the LOX downcomer goes right in between the hydrogen tanks, and the 2 hydrogen tanks go to a manifold that goes down to the 2 engines, right? And then in the engine section right here, which is that plate, see the plate? That's where you mount the engines, and that plate basically holds the hydrogen tanks and the rest of the vehicle together. That's the structural plate right there. And if I had to guess, I would guess that the hold down points bolt directly into that plate. So this is something I probably should have put a little more time into studying when I made the SSTOs, because my SSTOs are not made like this. Not having this structural plate is literally the reason why the big SSTO exploded. Because the tanks were connected on a central core. So when you tried to land, the tanks went like this instead of staying put. Like if the vehicle's coming at you like this, I had the tanks attached like this, right? Instead of being attached at the back. And when I went to land, the tanks sagged like this and blew the whole vehicle to smithereens. I should have studied these structural designs a lot more. And that's what I mean. The SSTO program was rushed. I could do it better. But How does it move payload? To answer your question, well, the payload bay is riding in between the hydrogen tanks. So, here. Can't type. Uh-oh. It's for copyright.
To develop technologies essential for lowering the cost of going to space, Lockheed Martin is building and will fly an extraordinary, fully reusable vehicle, the X-33.
All right. Seriously, it's for copyright. I played this video without doing that, and it picks up a copyright because.
Its first 450-mile flight from Southern California to Utah.
So I'll keep the audio low here.
14 minutes.
So what they were going to do with the X-33, it was a suborbital test demonstrator. So they were going to launch it from Edwards, literally launch this thing from Edwards and land it at the Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah, which is kind of crazy. They were going to launch it over populated areas. Okay. They were going to use this to test out the metallic thermal protection system. This thing would have had a titanium tile. No joke. Titanium tile. So it was a titanium plate with an aluminum housing on the back to make the tile shape. And then inside of that tile, they were using cilia fibers, which is the same thing that Starship has behind its tiles. That white blanket stuff. Yeah, they were going to do that. So, yeah, see, look, the body flaps. That's cool. So, here's how they would have loaded. It was horizontal integration for payload. And they were going to use an assembly building, right? Not that you needed assembly building. It's basically a hangar on rails. That's it. They'd open up the garage door. Hangar moves out of the way. The hangar would have had a gantry crane in it, a bridge crane, so they could pick up payloads, put it in the top of the payload bay. That thing moves out of the way. Hangar moves out of the way, and then you fuel it, and you're good to go. The crazy part about that is that, like I said, that was built. All that was made. Look, they made it. The pad was ready, and when they canceled the program, which is really, really, really annoying. And there's a picture of them working on the flame trench. This is a really early picture. That's why you have the truck from the mid-90s there. Also, F-250, because frick you. See, there's the whole pad complex when it was working. The hangar building is still there. The pad is still there as far as I know. Yeah, they took out all the plumbing though. It has no fuel lines hooked up. So this is out at Edwards, and then there's the sound suppressor too. It would have had a pad deluge. But yeah, it's all still there, Sparks, which is really frigging annoying. How was your late night reading? It was awesome, man. Yeah, this is out at Edwards. So they were going to fly Venture Star from Edwards, right? The pad's right about there. And it was going to go up to the Dugway Proving Grounds, which I think are up here somewhere. Oh. Now that I'm looking at that, that flies over the Nevada test range. Oh, yeah, okay. That would have been fine. Wouldn't have to worry about it. But yeah, the pad's still here. Look, it's on the east side of Edwards. Ironically, there's a lot of rocket test stands out here. They did a lot of testing for the Apollo program out here. In see these hills right here? Look, if you look close, you want to go searching around on Google Earth. Look, there's test stands all over the place. They built them right into the side of the hills. Some of them were used to test F1 engines, J2 engines, bunch of stuff. Yeah, really annoying because they're just concrete blocks now. But yeah, so actually ABL uses some of these test stands, if you really want to know. And then if you go down this road, there's a couple more miscellaneous testing equipment. I have no idea what the hell that thing is. That looks like a vacuum test stand, if I had to guess. Yeah, vacuum. Those are test stands for the vacuum. So to test in the vac. So you'd mount your engine somewhere over here. And see the Venturi? That's how vacuum test stands work. They fire the rocket engine, right? And the rocket engine fires inside of a pipe. And the pipe gets pinched at the very top. So when the rocket engine accelerates, it shoots out all that gas. It creates a vacuum. And air can't rush through the small intake at the top of the pipe. And the pressure drops inside. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? That's how vacuum test stands work. It's really, really, really interesting. There's the X-33's pad. That's a water tower, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah, you see all the hydrogen and oxygen tanks are all gone. They were probably recycled. There's the mass simulator. Mass simulator sitting outside. That's that. Give me 1 second. That's that thing. See the mass sim? There it is. Still out there. I mean, it's not rusted. It's in the middle of the desert. But yeah, all the plumbing is still there. You just need to hook the tanks back up. But yeah, the pad is still there, as far as I know. I don't see any flame trench, though. It looks like the flame trench might be gone. What the hell is that noise? Sounds like a diesel truck. Let me check something. It's peeking out the door. Oh, the flame trench is that way. I get it. Yeah. I see the trench, Loopy. I thought the trench was going the other way because of the percolation pond. Well, not the percolation pond. That's the sound suppressor pond? I don't know. Maybe it's just a... Oh. It's not a pond at all. That's just the exposure. It's just a... Yeah, okay. So... That's the integration building, and it looks like they built another building, a permanent structure over the X-33's pad. That's the mobile building right there. This one moves back and forth, and that would have had payload integration inside. Sounds like someone's idling a diesel truck outside. But yeah, there it is. Pad's still there. There's the look. Like I said, look, heavy concrete. Heavy concrete, because they would have brought the X-33 down here and they would have basically rolled it onto the pad from here, backed it up, attached it to the TE, and went. You can't tell me that they aren't using this for something. Well, whatever they are using it for doesn't require cryogenic propellants, McDuber. They probably are. They reuse stuff at Edwards all the time. So for the people that don't know, Edwards Air Force Base is where the U.S. tests all, like, any kind of crazy aerospace stuff. You see it's tested here. So, like, if they have an upgrade for an F-16 or an upgrade for an F-15, yeah, it's usually tested here. They reuse stuff at Edwards all the time. So, this is also the home of the Air Force Test Pilot School, and the Air Force Test Pilots. They operate out of that building right there. Air Force. So, if you see any astronauts that are Air Force Test Pilots, they went to Edwards. Edwards is where the Air Force. So, like, Air Force test pilots are... It's not like Top Gun, but it's same idea. Like, they're the test pilots that test out all the new equipment, and then they have... Well, it's not like Top Gun. That's more for dogfighting. This is more for testing new equipment. There's all kinds of good stuff sitting out here, like that. Is this where Maverick went Mach 10? Yes. Mm-hmm. Area 51 is a detachment of Edwards. Yes. Mm-hmm. Homey Airport, def. Yeah. That's what Edwards was. So when Lockheed was designing the U-2, they wanted to design it and they didn't want anybody to see it. So Lockheed was in Palmdale. It still is in Palmdale. There's Skunk Works, Plant 42, right there. That's where the U-2, the F-117, SR-71, it was all designed and built here. The space shuttle was built here as well. It was built over here at the Rockwell facilities. Yeah. Every space shuttle was built in that hangar right there. These two. You know it's built for the space shuttle because it's concrete all the way around. Because, spoiler alert, the space shuttle's heavy. Yeah. Very heavy. And then that's where they had the mate-demate device, if I'm remembering this correctly. Now, it looks a little bit different. You see 4 cells here. The reason why is because after the space shuttles were built, Rockwell used this for another plane, for the B-1, and they used it as a B-1 testing facility. True story. So they wanted to test stuff here, right? And so they were going to test out at Edwards because there was nothing out there. And then they realized that, you know, Palmdale, Lancaster, you know, Mojave, Rosamond, all up here, like there's still not a lot of people out there, but there were people that were close enough where they could see what they were doing. So they said, screw that. And they established a new Air Force base at Groom Lake. Groom Lake is a dry lake bed in the middle of the Nevada test site. That's what Area 51 is. They originally made it for the U-2, and then they used it to test the SR-71. Now, they didn't want anybody seeing the SR-71. True story. They didn't want anyone seeing it. The engineering version of Top Gun. That's a good way to say that, Crash, yeah. For a future one day, could you break out the F4 and update it for quality and mission? Updated and qualified for mission mode? Yeah, sure, if we want. So that's what Area 51 is for on paper. But you want to know? They didn't want anybody to see the SR-71. So the SR-71 is made in primarily two big sub-assemblies, the nose and then the aft engine section. So they didn't want anybody to see it. They didn't want anyone seeing it flying around. So literally what they did, the SR-71, like I said, made in two sub-assemblies, right? So, no, not save image. I mean, I'd like to. So right where that red line is, this is the forward sub-assembly, and then there's the aft sub-assembly, which is the engines and the wings and everything, right? And then you can take the engines off here and here. There's engine attachment points and then the outer wing. So you have the aft and then you have the front. And then the engines can come off. And so how do they transport it? In a big frigging box. See? Big box. It just had a truck with a big box. Anybody asked? Oh, we're moving around some modular buildings. We're moving around some modular trailers. Yep. Oh no, they didn't detach the engine. It's just the outer fin. Yeah, they basically built shipping containers for SR-71s. And yeah, see, they moved them around with no engines. There you go. No J-58 installed. It's too heavy. I mean, it's a heavy airframe. It's made out of titanium. The entire thing is made out of titanium. Titanium that the CIA purchased from the Soviet Union. True story. So they didn't want anybody to see this thing, because dude, even by today's standards, this thing is light years ahead of its time. Yeah, even by today's standards, this thing. What's in that box? An airplane. No, it's just weather. It's extremely sensitive weather equipment. Yeah, Dragon, that's part of my favorite thing about looking at old pictures of an SR-71, right? There's an SR-71 in there, or an A-12. Look at the friggin' cars. That's what is that, a 58? 57 Apache? Maybe a 61 or something? Look at that. 62, that's a 62 or 63 Ford Galaxy police car. Like, the plane looks modern by today's standards. This looks like modern by today's standards. And you look at the cars that are moving it around, it's like, okay. That's always my favorite stuff. So yeah, that's what Edwards, that's why Area 51, Homey Airport, is a detachment for Edwards. And they used it for advanced flight testing. Now, what do they use it for nowadays? I don't know. Bob Lazar. I have no idea. I don't, and you know what? I don't want to know. Because if I know, it'd probably be on a list somewhere. And they'd be like, hey, it's me, your friend, the FBI. You were just talking about this thing the other day. It's so funny. You were talking about this thing, and, you know, you probably shouldn't have been. And I'm like, what? Why don't you come with us? Why don't you come with us? Come on. We'll talk about it. No, I don't want to. I don't know what you're talking about. Light years ahead, how? How, Ender? The SR-71, well, the A-12 is what the SR-71 is based off of. The A-12 first flew in 1958. The A-12 and the SR-71, their top speed is Mach 3. Mach 3, second fastest Well, third fastest behind the space shuttle and the X-15. The SR-71 uses a turbo ramjet. It could basically skirt hypersonic speeds in the early 60s. That's its top published speed, too. I firmly believe on a suborbital arc, the SR-71 can go faster than that. Like, way faster. I'm pretty sure it can go faster than that, but I digress. So, yeah, they do all kinds of stuff out at Edwards, all kinds of testing and whatnot. But, yeah, we're going back to working on the pad. It looks like they're still using the pad for something, McDougar, yeah. The top speed is still classified. The unclassified speed, fellas, is Mach 3.2. So that's somewhere above 2,000 miles an hour. So 3,200 kph. Yeah. Somewhere around there. Did they inject LOX into the intakes above a certain altitude? No, not LOX. T-tab. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go look it up. A lot of planes use T-tab. Use pyrophoric igniters. Former pilots have said top speed is not what's published, not even close. Sniper, my uncle, who's no longer with us, my uncle was an Air Force guy. He worked at NORAD. He said, he was telling me, and don't get me wrong, this is just some random dude. He's telling me that's not the fastest it goes. He said, so he worked at tracking and space control squadrons. Somebody in my family likes space? Jeez, please tell me more. He worked in space control and radar tracking and stuff. The guy was brilliant. He's a mechanical engineer. He's really smart. He taught me a little bit about cars too over time. Just on a side note. Yeah, he said he used to track that thing. It goes way faster than 3.2. I'm like, yeah, SR-71. He's like, yeah, I know that plane. I've seen one up close. I'm like, what? You worked at NORAD? Do you remember what squadron or organization? I don't. I'd have to go ask my aunt. But I don't think even she knows. There was stuff he couldn't talk about. No, different uncle. Different uncle. Fuck. Yeah, the uncle that I bought Freb from is the general contracting uncle. So I have a lot of uncles, dude. Big family. Hey, Ichi. I was reading Ignition last night, and he talked about a ramjet engine that is fed by the exhaust of a rocket engine. He called it a ram rocket. Looks like this was what the Meteor missile used. Oh, yeah, Dragon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A ramjet engine that is fed by the exhaust of a rocket engine. Yeah, that's Dragon. That's what a preburner is. That's what a preburner is. Raptor has 2 of those. True story. Yeah. Preburners. It's like an afterburner, but it's before main combustion. Because they stage the propellants before they combust them. Hence, staged combustion cycle. 2 preburners on Raptor. Shuttle engine has 1 preburner for hydrogen. An RD-170 has 1 preburner for oxygen. So does an RD-180. Raptor combines the best parts about the shuttle engine and the best parts about best parts about an RD-170 into one motor. It has 2 preburners on it, 1 for liquid oxygen and 1 for liquid methane. The liquid oxygen preburner is a preburner that runs extremely oxidizer lean. So extremely oxidizer rich, I should say. And then the methane one runs extremely fuel rich. And the exhaust coming from each one of those preburners is used to A, spin the turbo pump, and then B, they dump it right into the combustion chamber and hit it with a little bit more LOX and then blow that up. 300 bar chamber pressure for a reason. Yeah, staged combustion cycle. Mm-hmm. Rockets feeding into jets, jets feeding into rockets. Yeah, that's not anything new. Oh yeah? Pretty cool, huh? It'd be nice if it brought the XP-70 back. Compression lift Magic Shadow was one of the most genius ideas that anyone ever came up with. We should have passenger planes that have that. So, Magic, you know the XP-70 with the wings that fold down. We should make passenger planes like that. Don't have to worry about a sonic boom if you're flying at 80,000 feet. Seriously. You never have to worry, but you won't even hear it. Oh, cool. 2 a.m. What's up, Predominant? Sorry. I'm talking to my realtor here. We have the final walkthrough for the house on Friday morning. So I might be a little bit late for Friday. Okay. Ever heard of the speed check story? Only all the time. Speed check. Yeah, we see you going this fast, but you guys would probably know better than we would. That day, we were the fastest around. Hey, Leglander, what's up, dudes? What's up, dude? Dude, you're not plural. Dude, sorry. One farewell apartment tour. I have pictures of the streaming setup right before I started packing stuff down, but yeah. Ichi's like, I'm plural. It's 2022. You can be whatever you want. You can be whatever you want. It don't matter. Alright. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Of course. So, yeah. Kind of a little bit of a tangent. But Sparks, that's how they load payload. They load payload just with a sliding building. I built the sliding building for this pad. Yeah. It runs on the sides of the pad. These act as its rails. And then it moves back and forth. True story. So in terms of supersonic transport, is it really easier to make the sonic boom quiet than to just fly higher? Why not do both of those things, Hellfish? The best defense is a good offense, right? I don't think we ever should have sat there and been like, oh, supersonic transports are too loud. I think the reason why we did that is because we didn't want... The Concorde was a really good idea, and we didn't want to Uncle Sam basically doom that thing to like 1 or 2 routes to make it not profitable. Because they made it and we didn't. Honestly, that sounds like something we would do. It's a really dick move. I know, it was a dick move. That's why I'm paying for your meal. We show you 1992 knots across the ground. Aspen 30 center. We're showing a bit closer to 2000. You guys would probably know better than we would. Alright, so we have the Kraken tech here. Worst part is that's probably true. I mean, Alex, it sounds like something Cold War US would do. We weren't exactly the nicest people around. I mean, still kind of aren't, but who is? You don't become the superpower, and you don't become the dominant superpower on this earth by being a nice person. Ask the Brits, they know. Chinese are figuring that out too. Like, just sorry, don't mean to get real. Anyway. A two flight of F-15s just flew over your house. That's cool, Dragon. Right on. Yeah, Alex, I think had we made an SST as well, that we would have been like, deal with the sonic booms. But instead it was like, no, they're too loud. Too loud? Too loud. Okay. So, as far as I'm concerned, you know, we have the sound problem, and then you have the technical complexity problem. Hellfish, I think we should just belt out all those problems, fix them all at once. Build one plane that takes the best of the XB-70, takes the best from the XB-70, takes the best from the Concorde, and takes the quiet SST technology from the X-59, and then just build one plane that's going to sucker punch everything.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Honey Piston, 39-month resub. Sun Temple, 14-month resub. Okay, so the launch box. We got to figure this one out. So I have the fairing. So the quick and easy way would be to just put 4 RCS balls on the back of the SSTO and then get them to line up with these 4 and call it a day. But there is some other things that we could fix here. I noticed that with the X33 pad, the distance of these hydraulics to the pivot point and those hydraulics to the pivot point is exactly the same. Now with mine, that's not the case. So I'm going to measure this and see how far off this actually is. And I actually do want to change how this stuff moves around just a little bit. So let's put this right here, line it up with the center axis, the center pivot point, which I won't change. That's all going to stay the same. And then we'll measure. So how far are we? How far is my forward pivot point where the launch table pivots? Let's go out in symmetry here. I love using I-beams for rulers. Makes me happy. All right, so these things are 3 meter long. Yeah, if you could stop idling a diesel truck like right outside my window, that'd be great. Okay, so they're like 2.8 meter from the pivot. So if I just take this piece and copy it and put it over here. Yeah, see? It's not exactly lined up. They're close, but it's not exact. Now, like I said, the reason why these need to be uniform is because of I noticed when we took the pad and we took the thing vertical, because one is a little bit of a shorter distance and one is further away, this had more leverage, so the launch box started moving before the strong back. They didn't move as one, and I had to put a docking port here to hold the whole thing together. I don't want that. So that's the first thing that we're gonna fix. Turns off diesel truck. Oh, the leaf blowers were yesterday. I've been to Technic Museum Sinsheim. Has both Concorde and the Tupolev. Concorde's a better design, Driados. The Tupolev ain't bad, but Andrei Tupolev didn't really do the vibration testing that needed to be done to handle supersonic transport. It's not a bad design, but yeah, the Concorde is much more refined than the Tu-144. And I ain't speaking bad about Andrei Tupolev. That guy could build an airplane. For a first attempt, the Tu-144 is pretty damn good. Guys, you got to remember, on a side note, I say like, oh, the Tu-144 is junk, but Tupolev didn't build supersonic planes. He built passenger liners. They built passenger liners, like Boeing. This would be like Boeing just building a supersonic transport. Heck, Boeing tried to do that, and they were like, nah, never mind. So, I mean, the Tu-144 has vibration problems, but it is what it is. Like, it's pretty damn good for a first attempt. Fun fact, after the Cold War, NASA used the Tu-144 for supersonic research. Yeah, in the 90s, there was a Tupolev 144 that was flying out of Edwards, and NASA used it for high-altitude supersonic research. Yeah, Magic Show, I'm kind of with you on that one. Personally, though, I think the XB70 was better. We should have built that over the B1. The B1 is cool. XB70 is better, but that's okay. We got the B1. B1s are cool. It's funny because those were made by the same company. North American made the XB70. North American merged with Rockwell Engineering and became Rockwell International. And then they made the B1 and the space shuttle. And the use of supersonic transport came up yesterday in my flight test engineering class. Our professor discussed it with us, and it comes down to U.S. regulations and fuel consumption. Yep. It always does. Yeah, Pins, the B1 is a looker for sure. Ugh, what a beautiful plane. It's like disgusting how beautiful that plane is. Alright, so if we were going to make these equidistant, this would need to be right here. We would need to move the pivot points on these hydraulics forward 1 tick, like that. That should fix that problem, I think. The other thing that I'm going to do is with the launch box, I'm going to put the launch box on the ground. I'm going to put the launch box on the ground, and I'm going to take these, and I'm going to set these to the 0 position. That's a better spot to put the launch box. They built the launch box in this position anyway. Yeah, see? There's another problem. We put this all straight up, right? I put it all straight up here. Let me lift the entire pad off the ground so I can get a better camera angle. Look, we lifted the whole box straight up like this, and look at how much it doesn't line up. See what I'm talking about? That's a problem right there. It does not line up at all. That's really bad. So I'm actually, oof, that's no good. Oof, that's not good at all. All right, so get rid of these. Yeah, wow, that's really, really bad. Oh, wait, what the heck? Yeah, but you keep telling us you should design for a role in mission, and the mission for the XB70 was... The mission for the XB70 was obsolete before it could go into production. Don't get real on me, Ren. You're absolutely right, but don't get real on me. Why would you do this? Alright, I gotta make a marker here that kind of visually marks the bottom of these, and I gotta see if any of this is lined up. If I didn't do any of this, if I didn't line it up and I just snapped it to absolute, yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of an issue. Oh. So that's the top of this I-beam is perfectly lined up with the bottom here. The reason why I want this lined up is because, well, these are going to be resting on the ground. So this represents ground height, right? Look at the hinge. Oops. Now let's get even crazier. Let's go in here like this, put two of these here. So once again, that represents ground height right there. Oh, this is all off. Oh, boy. Yeah, no wonder this thing had so many problems. And you know what the crazy part is, fellas? This pad worked. This pad worked pretty well. It did drift around, but it worked. You seem on early. Is this still early? Did it change? Mike, I start streaming at noontime nowadays. Do early hours, then space news, and then... I haven't been doing it lately, but I do after hours after that. I switched to starting to stream at noon during the pandemic. Because, yeah, I wanted to stream more. Yeah, we gotta shim it, Mammon. This is all screwed up. I usually start space news at 4. Yeah, we do space news, and then once again, I haven't been doing it much lately, but we'll do after hours, just regular after hours after that. So basically, I have early hours, space news, which is mid hours, and then after hours. Usually, the streams run about 10 to 12 hours. But once again, I haven't been doing that much lately, Mike, because I've been busy with packing stuff up for moving. But yeah, it's good to see you, man. All right, so this needs to be custom. It needs to go up here like this. Guys, Mike is one of my oldest viewers, by the way. He was like the... I don't know, Mike. What were you, like the 5th follower or something? It says you've been following since January 26, 2015, but that's bullcrap. You've been here longer than that. You were like, yeah, maybe the 10th or 11th follower. No Mike for a long time, dudes. Yeah, a lot of my early stream records I don't have. The reason why I don't have a lot of the early stream records is because I predate Twitch's modern following and subscribing system. By a pretty long shot, actually. Okay, that's where that needs to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and we're going to move this down here. And visually this should be a good aid so I can line this thing up. Oh. Oh, they're in mirror sim. Nice. So let's go over here like this and just locally move that into position, and then there. Cool. Now we've shimmed it. Everything is lined up. I'll keep my floor indicator there. Ren, yeah, 2015. Yeah, Ren, that's about right. You've been, I mean, you guys have been here a long time. You guys have been pretty damn good to me. Only 87 months. Probably, Mike, yeah. Yeah, it's probably, it sounds about right. So the other thing with these hydraulics is that they need to, these ones are angled and those ones are straight up, which is not ideal. What I could do is synchronize, I could synchronize these for the launch box and get them at the same angle. Motorized, they're at -27. So if I take these and I move them to -27, right? -27, like that. And then I rotate this back into position. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Das is a producer for NASA Spaceflight, Mike. He does all the back-end remote streaming stuff for NSF. He streams sometimes. He actually did a thing for Intrepid over the weekend about decommissioning the shuttle. That was live streamed, but it's not like Kerbal live streams. He hosts a cast, and like, you know, during those casts when he's talking to like shuttle integration engineers, he doesn't like respond to chat too much, because it's more of like a syndicated thing. I got to hear from Das' stream years ago. Hypersonic Das is probably the best friend that I've made in my streaming career. Yeah, I'd like to think that we're pretty damn good friends. I mean, the guy puts up with my incessant shuttle rants, so it's good people. Don't get me wrong, he was a great guy. Das is still around, fellas. He's still here. Act, what's that? History defined. What are we looking at here? I can see the link. Ooh, we got a message. Might be important. Yeah, look at, they got a 440 right there. And then it looks like a 26. I can't see what that streamliner is. It's a PRR. I don't know what locomotive that is, but yeah, look at the difference in locomotive design. This is like 1850. That's like 1880. This is what is this? 1939. Crazy, huh? Nuts. It's, yeah, I think that might be an S1, but I'm not sure. Ah. Oh. This is the private message, guys. This is what was in that Twitter message. I'm quite fond of this picture. What European trains do you like? SNCF, dude. The SNCF bullet train. I had a picture of that train up on my wall when I was a kid. Yeah, Alex, I had a picture of it up on my wall because I liked it because it goes fast. Go figure. Ooh. Wow. That's... Whoa. That's, yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah, so those are coming. I'll show those pictures a little bit more during Space News. But anyway, let's keep going, guys. We got to fix this. I want to fix this pad. All right, so it looks like in order to get this all equidistant and working correctly, all right, I'm gonna get rid of the Kraken tech here just for a second so I can see this. Question about about frame vessel interaction. Oh god, not the cough again. That's a lot of hot air. Yep. All your atmospheric thingies have SVI, right? The fact that they clip into each other doesn't matter. If you have a physics-less part that's clipping into another physics-less part, SVI will not work. But if you have physics-less parts that aren't clipping into each other, so like the atmospheric spectrometers, for whatever reason, hypersonic, they don't collide with each other. But they will collide with this. That's what's crazy about Kraken tech, or about hybrid tech. See what I'm talking about? You can get away with stuff that I didn't think was possible. If two, like once again, if two physics-less parts are you have same vessel collision on, if they're clipping with each other, like if they're a good distance clipped into each other, they don't collide with each other. But if I put the RCS balls in the center, right, and we make a hinge, the hinge will collide with the spectrometers, but the spectrometers won't collide with themselves, all in one vehicle. Like I said, that's hybrid tech. That's why hybrid tech is such a game changer. I can literally make the strongest hinges, the strongest mechanical components that we've ever made in the video, in this game, and I can make them articulate with the robotics. Couple them together, yeah, I can build an SPMT like what I built the other day. We could build a gimbalable Kraken drive. I'm telling you, man, hybrid tech single-handedly like reinvigorated my passion for this video game. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. So the motor's at -2.7. And those motors are absolute snapped. See how the thing's clipping? It's absolute snapped. Is it strutted at all? No. Okay. I'm going to redo these hydraulics. We're going to redo them. I'm going to dress them up a little bit, make them nice. So I don't show the C-47. You know where those pictures came from? You jealous working on the fire hazard under the passenger seat. No, you have to work on a German car. I'm not jealous at all. I, in fact, kind of take pity because they're ridiculously complicated. They're cool, don't get me wrong. It's really nice precision engineering, but have fun with that. So you know where they came from. Very nice. Yeah, Joe sent me these pictures. Super Hornets though. Ugh. Oh, Doc, look at that. That's one of 2 airworthy B-29s in the world. The other one is Fifi. Look at that plane. Look at that frickin' plane, dude. Oh, very nice. Yep, there's Oshkosh. Yeah, Joe's at Oshkosh. Oh, yeah, that's cool. You live streamed their maiden flight from the press box? Which one, Sim? Doc or Fifi? for Doc. I'm a little jealous. Sim, I'm a little jealous. Yep, a little jelly. Look at that chonker of an airplane. Can you imagine flying that big of a tail dragger around? I'd be so worried, dude, that I'd hit the brakes and the plane would nosedive into the ground. Is that a DC-3 or are you dumb? It's not a DC-3, Ren. It's a C-47. The C-47 is a military DC-3. That's all. Just like a KC-135 is just a 707 with a fuel tank in it, right? For refueling with the boom arm and stuff. But it's not called a 707. It's a KC-135. Or the military passenger version of a 707 is a C-135. Right? So this is a C-47. It's not a DC-3, but the C-47 it's just a military spec version of a DC-3. Most DC-3s flying today are C-47s because they made way more C-47s than they did DC-3s because World War II. They didn't, right? Like they didn't have Hueys. They didn't have Black Hawks. They didn't have anything like that. That was the troop transport. That was how we moved people around. We moved people around with this. My favorite variant of the C-47, you ask? The AC-47. You know why? Because it has fun sticking out the back. See the fun? See the fun stuff coming out the back? Yeah. Fun. This was the predecessor to the AC-130. This is where they got the idea. Some guys at Vietnam needed close air support, so I think it was, Army engineers, or maybe it was Air Force, I forget. They came up with the idea of just mounting some miniguns, some M134s, inside of this thing and just have it loitering around and just. That's where they got the idea for the AC-130, from the AC-47. Yep, the original. Anyway. That's not an AC-1. That's not an AC-47. That's just a C-47. What is it used for? Close air support, Nick. CAS. You know, you're getting bombarded by fire. You say, hey, the guy's 100 yards ahead of me. I'm going to pop a green flare. He's 100 yards due north. Right? Or not 100. Maybe like 1,000 yards due north. The AC-47's just flying around up there. They see the green smoke. Just aim a little bit to the north of that, and they just rain lead down on wherever. It's close air support and suppressing fire. It's basically a flying squad automatic weapon. All right. Now the next thing we need to do here, guys, is I need to measure the distance between these pivot points. But one thing I've noticed is that that is absolute snap this well. That one isn't made right. What I need to do with this one is, let me put that there on the side. Let me see the hierarchy for how this is made. All right. What I need to do is get these to the right height. And once again, these are small things that are going to fix the pad. There we go. See, they're clipped into each other? Cool. And that needs to be on the left, the longitudinal, or the transverse center line right there. Like that. Are we not on the center line? Hold on. Nope. There we go. Porsche is 50% into Red Bull. I know. Yep, okay, that's right. Okay, so it's the right height, it's the right position. And now we need to set this to -2.7. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here, fellas, is the erector on the pad moved at a different rate than the launch box. So I'm trying to change the positions of this stuff around so it works a little bit better. It basically makes it so the pad won't bend and flex as much. Yeah, and it looks like, yeah, it's... What I'm noticing is that that's a problem. That's really high up for that launch box to be. Yeah, we gotta fix that. Orbital tank farm venting in Boca. B7.1 looks to be coming up online. Oh, neat. Okay. So that's too far for the launch box, isn't it? The launch box needs to be right here. Like that. Alright, fellas, I want to get this done here, so I'm going to go into grind mode here for a moment. If you have questions, just tag me. I'm fixing the SSDO's pad. There were some kinematic problems here that caused the hydraulics to bind and break, and that can cause the pad to explode. I'm trying to fix them right now by making sure that my strong back and my erector hydraulics are the same distance from the pivot point as my launch box hydraulics. That'll get them to move together, because how I had it before is when I went to put the SSDO upright, the launch box went first a little bit, and then the TE followed behind it, and that would bend the SSDO when it was attached. It'll literally do the exact opposite of what the TE should do, and the TE should hold the thing up. So let's count. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Good number. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Now we'll measure the distance here. So that's the old distance, and then I'll use this to measure the new distance here. I'm just using the I-beams as rulers, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay, so that means this is where these need to be, that pivot. I'm not entirely sure that that's pointing on the center of mass, but I don't think that's going to make a difference when these things tug on the hydraulics. No one hit it, Katra? Think I should play it again? See, this pad is not a bad idea. This is not a bad way to do things. I just rushed it. I rushed doing this stuff, guys. This is the stuff that really screwed it all up. Doesn't a lot get taxed in the U.S.? Well, yeah, of course. Uncle Sam needs his money, right? Or whatever. Yeah, see, it's interesting how all this basically lines up. Yeah, that's pretty damn right. That's good enough for a Kraken Tech hinge. That's for sure. So, what we'll do... Alright, give me one moment. Let me take this, set this back to pointing straight up for a moment. And then take these and absolute snap them into position. Make sure they're uniform. They are. And then, oh, set this to -27, which is the angle that's the same as the other one. And now take these and absolute snap them. There we go. This is the pad for the small one, Nighthound. Yeah, I'm once again, it's basically like what I did with the SSTO program in the beginning. I'm prototyping the fixes on the small one, so I know exactly what to fix on the big one. Yeah, I've noticed, dude, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things that I'm just like, why did I... I'll be honest, I'm a little embarrassed. If you really want to know, I'm a little bit embarrassed. Yeah, a little embarrassed. Oh. Yeah, I could have done a lot of this stuff better. I rushed it because we were under a deadline, but that's what happens. Welcome to the world. That's how that works. You know? Alright, so that's all working fine and dandy, and it looks like we got all this figured out. I had to move this hinge backwards a little bit because I can't really move that one the other way. There's nothing to push against. This one has to be centered on the launch box in order to get that to work right, I think. Here, oh, just picture. Yikes. Let me just take a look at their pad. How did they do it? Their hydraulic is down there. Oh. Oh, it's down there. Huh. How's packing going? It's going all right. It is, Dragon. So that means their hydraulic would be attached to the bars that would be going in here like this. Huh. The hydraulics here are technically still in the right spot, but I'm worried about the TE at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure that they're equidistant. The hydraulics are equidistant from each other. So there's one right there, pivot point, and one right there. I'm pretty sure those are both equidistant from pivot. Those ones might be a little bit, they might be a little bit further away. You saw that piston doing that last time and said you couldn't do that in KSP? Did I specify any particular reason, Loopy? Honest question. Did I say why? I don't remember. I mean, it's funny because that actually favors this. That makes sense. Because look where these ended up. Look where these ended up to make everything nice and equidistant from each other. They ended up in that exact spot, which is strange. I can't remember. You just said you wouldn't be able to do it that way. Clearances, maybe.
Discovery.
Hey, SKS, 69-month resub. Nice. Thanks, man. I mean, Loopy, look at it. Freaking lined up perfectly. Interesting. Look, Loopy, just on a side note, they have a mast simulator for the TSMU, the tail surface mast umbilical. See them? There's a mast simulator in there because the pad isn't finished. You see that big block of steel? It's kind of cool. Anyway, SKS, how you doing? Yeah. Dude, I don't see why I thought that wouldn't work. Maybe it's because I didn't have enough room underneath. But of course I do. What do you mean I don't? Like, I could just gizmo the hydraulic down like what we did with the SBMT yesterday. Like, I don't get it. Like, look, it's exactly where it attaches. That's the same spot. And that would be on the inner hinge right here, which means those 4 balls would line up with those 4 balls. That means that this hinge would basically be right here. And then that could be set to 0, pointed right down. And it's like, oh, we don't have enough room. Just... I know more about hierarchy, Loopy. I don't know why I would say that wouldn't work that way. It absolutely will work this way. This would work just fine. Maybe I thought it's something that I didn't know about hierarchy or something, or maybe I didn't like hybrid tech. Maybe I was worried about it pushing on the wrong spot or something. I don't know, man. Very strange. I don't know why I would say that wouldn't work. It works. It would work just fine. Unless... Well, okay, Loop, I see. I see why I would say that. So if this bar goes up right here, and that bar connects to the hinge, right? Look where it needs to mount. This would need to be down here somewhere. Like if we centered that on the hinge, the pivot point would need to be over there. That's why, and that means that this thing would need to be down more. It would need to be like right here. It's because they dug a gigantic flame trench for the damn thing. That's the reason why I said this. That's the reason. I'm pretty sure. Now, we could get fancy. How much force do those things have? These have 800 kilonewtons. They're not overclocked, are they? I don't think I have an overclock controller anywhere. I don't think we needed that. 800, huh? But it's no doubt something you could work around. Yeah. That'll work. That will work. If we OC that hydraulic and then strut the heck out of it to that hinge, it'll work. I mean, Loopy, how crazy we want to get. I mean, those things have 400, if I'm remembering right. I wish it would say the motor power here. What do you think? You guys want to try something nuts? I'm not sure. Ugh, I'm not sure that that's the best idea, to be honest. I don't think this thing has the throw. What's the throw of that? 240? And what's the throw of this one? 480. It's double. We'd have to do a piston stack. Does chat want to try something nuts? Okay. So I'd have to piston stack, and then we'd have to find a way to hierarchically tie all this back together. We could tie it all back together with the upper hinge, though. I think we could just re-engineer the crossbar, the one that's in the way at present. Could re-engineer the box loop. It's doable. See, Loopy, another thing that I've noticed, dude, is that re-engineering how this all kind of goes together, hinge distance and stuff, put the launch box a little bit higher. It's a tick higher than it was. So that'll give me more space to get the SSDO in there for integration, which is nice. At least, actually, no, I don't know if I modified it at all. Wait, no, I didn't modify it. That has to be the same height. It must just be an optical illusion. You had the piston for the box done to where it would sit lower at the pad at one point. Yeah, I mean, I remember now. I can't dig a flame trench, right? Unless I want to raise the pad up off the ground. We had, yeah, I remember this conversation now. Thank you, jogged my memory. So we really are limited here. I fiddled with it to get it to sit lower. See, you know what I'm thinking, dude? I want to re-engineer the box. Here, let me just... I'm just going to move the jet engines here. Just move them out of the way. It's not like that's going to mess anything up. So, Lou, I have a stupid idea. My stupid idea is... Why don't... Not only should we put physicsless ports for the RCS ports for attaching the SSTO, why don't we put an alignment port down here for the pad? Why don't we do the same thing down here? Do I have enough to fit this in here? That's what she said. Oh, frick me. I hope that runs all the struts right. I don't think I've saved in a little while. How did it find that? Jeez, alright. Okay, get rid of those. Yeah. Yeah, Lube. We could adjust the hierarchy on the launch box. And I'm thinking, like, maybe, dude, using a fairing, now that we have the physicsless, dude, we might not even need it. We might not even need the fairing. I'm dead serious about that. We probably don't need it. Physicsless parts are a much better hold down point, and they don't freaking drift. And if I have these physicsless points anchored on the root part of the structure, well, they ain't going to drift relative to the root part, right? That's, yeah, we should do that. We might not need it, but it also has the direct SVI path to ground. Well, so do physicsless parts. You know what I mean? Physicsless parts will as well. Hey, Enraged. What's going on? Yeah, that wasn't in symmetry? Ugh. This is dirty, man. I made this quick. I made this thing really, really quickly. Yikes. Okay. Oh, the other thing that I gotta do is get rid of the little boy hydraulic in there. And make sure we save this in the SSTO program path. Enraged, how you doing, buddy? Loop, I don't really have any pictures down in the flame trench except for that. So this is the start of the flame trench and stuff, right? And there's the forms for all the concrete, and then there's the reinforced concrete. Do we see any particular point here where this would all mount, where like the launch box would go down? Because obviously the launch box is not going to touch the bottom, right? So here, hold on, I got to do some research here. X33 launch pad caps lock. That's not going to help us. Nice. I love how you type X33 launchpad. And Starship pops up. So it is load bearing, and it's also a pretty solid way to do the structural tie-in so the SSTO rests on the ground. I mean, what about this thing? It looks like it's resting on the concrete. So if I'm looking at this picture right, the one with the truck, right? The one with my truck, right? There's two concrete slabs, and then the flame trench is down there. Yeah, Loopy, look, right there. See those bars? See that right there? That's where it rests. There's the forms for it. The bars are on both sides. So the sides of the launch pad, the sides of the launch box rest here and here, and then the center is open because linear aerospike, right? So like, yeah. Here, actually, you know what? We'll be able to tell by looking at the paint. Where's the paint scuffed? Right there. See? From resting on the concrete. Paint scuffed right there. Paint is scuffed right there. Not bad at all. Full week, no alcohol. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. And then there's a pin. There's a pin lock right there to hold it in position. So it uses the hinge on one side to hold the box in position, and then there's a pin lock. There's a hydraulic down there that goes bzzz, or a hydraulic that goes this way. Pin goes into the key right there, and then let's see if we see that. Do we see that in the trench thing? There should be some kind of left-right thing. Nah, the pad is, it's too early. Too early. The forms aren't in positions, just the right positions just yet. Okay, we're doing some good research here. Here, let me see this picture. I think I have this picture already, but yeah, see? Loopy. See it over there? See what I'm talking about? There it is. There's a slab right there. Okay. And then there's a, yeah, basically, it's basically what we made. This is close. Dude, I don't know if I actually have this picture. Let's go over here, go into the VentureStar picture, and save it. Oh, no, I do. Okay, never mind. I knew I would have had that picture. It's like the first picture that pops up in the Google search. Yeah, MGB is making the same thing. Yeah, that's a viewer. A viewer made the VentureStar mod. A long-time viewer, actually. We don't talk about that. I'm looking around here, fellas, to see what we can find. Alright, alright. We're taking out the big guns here. So this is NASA technical reports. Most of the stuff that NASA does is public domain. Most of it. And the NASA technical reports server, you can literally get PDFs that will show exactly pretty much everything that we're trying to do here. Come on, open up the PDF. Bingo. Let's see what we got here. Flight Operations Center dedication. There's the... Oh boy. A photocopied picture. Then put into, and then scanned and put into PDF. Oh, that's usable. Okay, we're not going to get too far with this one. Let's try X-33 systems. Nope. Also, the sublinks are in that main document. Oh, okay. Let's try this one. See what we can find. This is when I go digging. I think I have this PDF. Oh, look. There's the jig for building the outer skin of the vehicle right there. That's annoying. It's annoying how far this project got. They had prop tested, man. The propulsion was tested. You don't cancel a project after the propulsion's tested and works. It's so freaking frustrating. Look, see? They started to get it ready to go. That's annoying. See that backing plate? The whole vehicle is built off of that backing plate right there. Was this all before or after the shuttle? The project came around as a response to George Bush Sr.'s Strategic Defense Initiative, Enraged, which gave us a whole slew of new vehicles for spaceflight that were intended to eventually replace the space shuttle. The X-33 and Venture Star was one of them. Now, the SDI did end basically when, Cold War ended. It did end, and then into the X-33 kind of kept going into the 90s, but because this project was so space age, it ended up costing a lot of money. Like, look at the shape of those tanks. Those things were carbon fiber in the 90s. Carbon fiber hydrogen tanks, which... Yep. Lockheed almost got it to work, but they had problems getting the bulkheads to seal correctly. Or not the bulkheads, the tank lobes to seal correctly. And they needed to make them out of carbon fiber to get the right balance on the vehicle. Because basically the LOX tank is made out of stir-welded aluminum. These tanks are made out of carbon fiber, and then the payload bay would be riding in between the tanks. And then you had two linear aero spikes out back, right? So they put the aluminum engine up there to balance out the aero spikes and put carbon fiber in the center to get you a nice balanced design, right? And they had problems sealing these hydrogen tanks, and they canceled the project after that. It was flying during the shuttle, yeah. This thing would have replaced the shuttle. And look, the RS-2200, it works. It's a Hydrolox linear aero spike that could be used for an SSTO. That's basically a shuttle engine. Actually, if you want to be more technical, a J2 in linear aerospike form. Yeah, way ahead of its time. Honest opinion, do you think Skylon will ever be finished? Drummer, this is my opinion. I have no way to prove this, so take it for what it's worth. I honestly think that Reaction Engine found business in the hypersonic missile industry, if you really want my honest opinion. Yeah. I don't know if Skylon's going to get made, and if it does, I think it's going to be an afterthought, unless otherwise noted. Yeah, see? Bilobe tanks. Because they had to get them to fit inside of the shape, right? Come on, where are the pictures of the pad, dang it? Look. Enraged, it's so ridiculously annoying. The X-33 was 95% completed at project cancellation. Lockheed even, after their first tank burst and they had a failure, Lockheed even proved that the tanks could seal, but some bonehead in DC already decided that they should cancel the program. And then just keep using the space shuttle. Look at that. That's great. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's held in place. This is better than Starship. Fellas, once again, I will say this, I'll tell you right now. If I had won the Mega Millions, guys, I would do this. I'm serious. I would look into seeing what I have to do to get to redo this. I think the X-33 was going to be used for high suborbital demonstration flights, like they had a picture of the ballistic arc, right? Or not the ballistic arc, the arc there. I missed it. Where was it? Where was it? It's down here somewhere. There it is. Look. So, 260,000 feet, which, that's not really above the Kármán line, but it's close. Kármán line is 354,000 feet. So let me look at some of these numbers here. So Mach 11 to 13, 7,800 miles an hour. I don't know what happened to it, Blue. It's probably in one of Lockheed's Raiders of the Lost Ark style warehouses somewhere. Either that or they scrapped it because they didn't want that technology going anywhere. I know that the Aerospike engine still exists. That's at Huntsville. Yeah. No, Drummer, I'm not saying that Reaction Engines hasn't done anything, but yeah, I think they got into the hypersonic missile industry because I think their helium pre-cooler, closed-loop helium pre-cooler, is a very, very, very sought-after technology. Now, I'm looking at these numbers. It looks like the X-33 does not have enough Delta V. It doesn't have enough Delta V to get into space, like to get into orbit. Either that or, like, maybe they didn't tank it all the way? Because the X-33 was always supposed to scale up to Venture Star, right? Is it in a museum? No. No. I don't know what Lockheed did with it. I have no idea. You know what the funny thing is, though? An engineer that worked on this project is the CEO of ULA. Tory Bruno worked on the X-33. People have asked him, and he's like, I have no idea where it is. I don't work for Lockheed anymore. I wonder, see, okay. Now this got me thinking. Let's take a look here. This suborbital test, right? 31 miles up, 165,000 feet, 6,600 miles an hour, and then 7,800 miles an hour. This tells me that these tanks were not full all the way. They probably wouldn't have fully tanked the vehicle. Either that or the vehicle's designed for a 260,000 foot ballistic arc, right? And that is maximum tankage, but I'm not sure. It doesn't say if they would... What didn't Tory Bruno work on? Dude, I'm telling you, that guy is like... He's worked on everything, man. Benign thermal and structural load stability and control investigation, real gas effects, delayed boundary layer, transition laminar to turbulent, 7-day turnaround, 7-day turnaround, Flight 6 2-day turnaround, Flight 7 relaxed aerothermal and stability constraints, Flights 8 to 15 additional flight margin to Malmstrom Air Force Base, additional flight margin, which means that that arc to Malmstrom is that's not fully fueled. Look, additional flight margin. That tells me that this thing was not fully fueled for any of these tests. It was past CDR, man. It passed EIS too. That's really annoying. Yeah. Loopy, going back to it, the reason why we did some research in the first place was yeah, and okay, so I'm talking about like 20 different things, but first let's get this one out of the way. Guys, if we hit the Mega Millions, I would seriously look into revitalizing this idea. Everybody's like, oh, that's just to make it. Yeah, okay, sure, fine. You could say that all day, and then when this vehicle comes around and destroys the small CubeSat market, people are going to be mad. GSC human rating requirements evaluation reviewed within NASA. Oh, good. Venture Star was human rated. Lovely. Yeah, there's the crew tank. It would have carried a crew tank in the payload bay with life support systems right there. That's annoying. Looks like Rogozin wasn't the problem. They lied again. I actually went and looked into it, Bauxy. Do you know why? Do you know why? You know why they want to commit to the ISS all of a sudden until 2028? Because they realized exactly what I said yesterday. Dumping out of the ISS in 2024 means Soyuz is not going to work anymore. They're worried about a gap in crew spaceflight. That's what Alex Soloviev said. Interesting how that works. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about sometimes, right? I said that. Pulling out in 2024 is going to create a gap in human spaceflight out of Russia, and we all know where that leads. Oh, we'll be back to flying. Yeah, we'll be back to flying in 5 years. You know, Ares 1X will work. We can retire the space shuttle now. Now let's cancel that too. Called it. They almost had a save $10 billion moment. See what I mean, fellas? Roscosmos can't pull out. They can't pull out of the ISS. Not at least until they have their own profitability, so their own space station. Their own space station ain't coming in 2024. No one can build a space station module in 2 years. From design all the way to built and ready to go. Nobody can do that. Not even SpaceX. They can't go that fast. There's too much stuff to implement. I mean, I called this yesterday. I said this. Like, they won't. And so, like I said, it's all talk. It's all talk. They stir the frickin' pot, dude. And we never learn. I did. I don't know about everybody else. Never frickin' learned, dude. It's all bullcrap. Either that or something's getting lost in the translation, which also could be a thing. Why did they say anything? Incompetence? I don't think it's incompetence. I think, if you really want my honest opinion, I've been saying this for years. Stuff gets lost in translation, guys. The reason is because Russian comes from a completely different language. Russian is based off of Greek. Our language, some stuff doesn't translate. Some stuff doesn't work. It doesn't translate correctly. Russian is Slavic, not Greek. What's Slavic based off of, dingbat? I still think that stuff just gets lost in translation. Either that or they're just full of crap. It could be either one. Alright, anyway. Back to work. Alright. I mean, Ando, I called it. I said they ain't doing that. I said that yesterday. When everyone's like, "Oh, EJ, they're gonna pull out of the ISS." What does that mean for now? Nothing. Nothing, because they're not. Because they can't. And like I said, could have said that. Could have told you that yesterday. Yeah, Ando, like that's what I mean. I get it. There's a little more nuance than it's based off of Greek, Cyrillic. I get it. I understand. But also, like, stuff still does get lost in translation. And I'll even say that despite what's going on with the Russians. And there's a lot of nuance in Russian culture. That's what I've noticed. There's nuance. There's a lot of like. There's a lot of like proverbs in Russian that don't, if you translated them into English, they don't sound right. It doesn't mean anything. So like, I don't know, man. Stuff does get lost in translation, but I know they couldn't pull out of the ISS. They can't do it. They'll have no revenue stream if they do. They couldn't do it. Roscosmos will go bankrupt. Darmok and Jalad. Yeah, something like that. And guys, there's one more thing. The other thing is that, look, you know, you can say whatever you want about the Russian government. Not even the Russians like the Russian government. Or maybe some of them do. I don't know. I'm not from that country. I couldn't tell you. But I know that the people at Roscosmos aren't stupid. They're not stupid. And this is pretty damn good evidence of that. They're not stupid. Which, like, tells me that once again, that leads me to believe that something is getting lost in translation. Because they wouldn't say one thing yesterday and say the next thing today. Unless they needed to clarify something because it got lost in translation. You know what I mean? But then again, what do I know? Just some Twitch streamer. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. Not Russian. Don't know the nuances of the culture. The funny thing, though, about that is even the Roscosmos orbital segment, even the Roscosmos, or the orbital station, it's going to be partially manned like Gateway. No routine flights, only 2 flights a year to that, to their low Earth orbit space station. It is cool because it's in a sun-synchronous orbit, which is pretty sweet. That's cool. That's a cool idea for a space station. The idea is that it flies over the poles, so you can get a taste of what it's like to operate in deep space. That's not a bad idea, not a bad way to do it. It's not a bad way to do it if you don't have anything that can put a space station module out into deep space. But, station will be partially manned. They're basically going to build a gateway in sun-synchronous polar orbit that's going to be partially manned. Which means Soyuz is going down the toilet anyway. And they're going to try to replace it with Oriol. With the Eagle capsule, but I mean, all right, if that's what you want to do, man, do it. Like, and then Vladimir Soloviev said that the Roscosmos orbital station will prepare Russians for lunar flights. What does sun-synchronous orbit mean exactly? A sun-synchronous orbit is a highly inclined retrograde orbit that uses Earth's precession to be able to orbit the same spot. It uses Earth's precession to perturb the orbital parameters, and it goes over the same spot at the same time every day. Sun-synchronous orbit, kicking where spy satellites are. You know, the spy satellites that you see in, like, spy movies, Enemy of the State, stuff like that? Those are spies. Those satellites. That's where those are. Once again, dude, I don't want to talk bad on Roscosmos. I really don't. I think everybody does that nowadays. I try to be straightforward as possible. I still respect the space agency. You know what I mean? Not necessarily the government, but I don't even like my government. You know what I mean? Let alone another country. You know? But that's kind of the point with being an American. You know what I mean? But who knows? I don't want to get into that ideological discussion right now. So, this thing is sitting on posts, huh? Yeah, exactly, Ando. I'm with you on that one. So it's Gemini MOL, but Russian. Pretty much. Pretty much, Fractal, yeah. It's like they're bringing back like a upgraded version of Salyut. Once again, I know the engineers and the scientists, they have my respect. Because they're there for the damn science and nothing else. But, just like with NASA, stuff always gets bogged down by morons in the government. It happens. You know what I mean? And I know I said, like, don't just write it off as, you know, oh, the government's stupid, right? But sometimes, like, it's always, you know, oh, that always freaking happens, man. It is what it is. If they stop the U.S. using rockets to get to the ISS, who can NASA rely on then? What? If they stop the U.S. using the rockets, using Soyuz, Starliner and Dragon, man, we're good. And Dream Chaser, we got plenty of replacements. All right, Loopy, let's do this. Let's test this out. This is gonna really hurt. I don't want to do this. But let's see. Let's see where this gets us. I'm going to try no fairing. We're going to try no fairing in the center. I want to see what happens. I really don't want to do this. You know what? I'll mark... I'll attach parts here to this to mark out on the hinge, to mark out where certain things go. And we'll go from there. I'm just going to redo a couple of things with this launch box. I need my hold down points to go here. I'm not upgrading the pad for posterity. I'm fixing the SSTO. I thought that would be a good send-off because I think the SSTO is the coolest thing that I made in the apartment when I lived in this apartment. So before I move, I'm going to fix everything with the SSTO. We'll fix all of it. I'm going to fix all the problems that the SSTO program had, which was namely pad side. And the reason it was pad side is because we got drifting problems. It turns out, Hip, that there is a fair amount of broken stuff with this pad. Like, so here, let me explain. Painty. So, if we have the central pivot for the pad right here, right? And then you have the launch box right here. So, this is where the SSTO attaches. The SSTO would be right here, right? And then the flaps would be down there like that. You get what I'm trying to get at, right? So, you have your launch box, right? And then I had hydraulics basically attached right here going down like this, right? And then we had the erector, which goes this way, right? And the erector had hydraulics that are here that go out like this, like that. You see how this distance right here, see how it's at an angle there and it's not at an angle there? This meant when this thing went vertical, the erector and the box didn't stay aligned because one of the hydraulics had a different throw. So because it has a different throw, right? Because one's angled and the other one isn't, right? And I didn't get the distances right to account for that angle, the transport erector never moved as fast as the launch box did. They never moved the same. I'm fixing that problem. Another thing that I found is that when I put hybrid tech on my main pivot hinges right here, I found that this hydraulic mechanism, so hinge, hydraulic hinge, wasn't even touching the ground. Say the ground is like right here. It wasn't even touching the ground. And to be honest, neither was the damn launch box. The launch box was sitting off the ground. There were gaps here between the hinge and the ground, and the launch box played in the ground. So none of this stuff ever lined up. And that's why it drifted all over the frickin' place. That and me holding the entire SSTO on that center fairing plate right here and using auto strut on these parts to get it to strut for additional hold downs. And keep in mind, I didn't have hybrid tech, right? That meant that every time I attached the SSTO, if I attached it in a slightly different way every time, it would bend and then it would stay bent and the auto struts would hold it in a bent position. So even when we put it up vertical, the SSTO could be pointed this way. I had some launches with the SSTO where we went off the pad and we slewed. Slewing off the pad like that when your rocket launches means it's not pointed straight up, or you have you have a cosine lost in thrust because you have an angle, you have an engine tilted out, like the shuttle. Shuttle always slewed off the pad. That shouldn't happen when your rockets are directly in line with your center of mass. That doesn't make any sense. See what I mean, dude? There's all kinds of freaking problems. Have you considered just building it right next time? I have, which is why I'm going to do this. All that's left is the docking port for the SSTO and where I want the 4 hold downs to go. And then I have ground height right there. But I've noticed some things. The reason why we're going to do this is because I'm going to take the launch box and shorten it. Before, I had the launch box going all the way to the ground, like that. It went all the way down to the ground and it sat on the ground. It doesn't do that. That's not how the real one works. There's a slab of concrete right here on the real one. And the launch box sits on that slab on either side. So like here, let me draw it. So we have the box like this. You have your launch box like this, right? And then the center of it is open, right? Because of the arrow spikes, right? And then there's a hold down point right here, right here, right here, and right here. There's a slab of concrete right here and right here that goes like this, right? And then down here is the flame trench. See what I mean? That, if I have my pivot point right here that goes like this, that'll allow me to take the hydraulics and make them all work correctly. So if we have a cylinder here that goes this way, like that. When we go to make the transporter erector, it'll work correctly, and then all my hydraulics, the throws on the hydraulics will be right, so the whole thing will move correctly. That, and when I do this, everything will be touching the ground correctly, so we won't have any gaps like what we did before. Like right there and right there. All that stuff, all these little extra gaps right here, right here, right here, this thing being crooked and not being perfectly straight up, all of that leads to drift. Now, don't get me wrong, with hybrid tech we can fix that, but hybrid tech will only bend other things out of the way. If we made all of this hybrid tech, the hydraulics would stretch and they'd drift out of place anyway because the throw wouldn't be right. The kinematics aren't correct. This is the 3/4. Right? Oh, guess what? Is that, Loopy, is that the thing about the space station? Yeah. They don't want a gap in human spaceflight. I told you. They leave the ISS in 2024, Soyuz is dead. Until Oriole starts flying. Because there's no destination for it. Yeah. No, different thing. Oh, wait, same thing. Yep. So, we're going to rebuild that launch box and we're going to do it right. Let me look again at the reference pictures. When the launch box is in the down position, where does it sit? Interesting. I'm trying to see how this thing measures. I don't want to count the rungs on the stupid grates to see where the ground level is, but it looks like the launch box goes about halfway. Yeah, it looks like it's up to it's up to about here. Well, actually, the grate sections. How many grate sections can we count when it's in the vertical position? So there's 1 and there's 2. 2 grate sections. How many grate sections is the thing? It's 5. So it's about, yeah, okay. A little bit under halfway into the ground. Got it. Okay. Cool. That's not the right one. That one doesn't have the SSTO on it. And I don't want to use 3T. I used that for SBMT testing yesterday. We don't want that one. So let's go into engineering mode, and now we have to load up 615 thumbnails. Is the MLV on hold a bit until moved? Until I'm done moving, yes. Got it. I like that you aren't leaving it half done. Good thing to wrap up on the move. Any changes on the vehicle? Not so much with the flight stuff. Hip, I gotta work on hold downs, and that might require redoing the SSTO structure a little bit to get the hold down, because I want to use the MLV style hold down points because I know those work. Part of the problem that we had with the damn thing in the first place was the large SSTO was 1,500 tons sitting on that launch box. It wouldn't fit. It wouldn't work. It was too much. It broke it. We couldn't put all of that on a fairing plate. It would just break. LV5A. It's a new design. I'm proud. Venture Star lid ain't gonna fit. So, yeah, I'm trying to see if we can... But I might need to do some structural redesigns. Which makes sense, Hip, because you remember with the big SSTO, we had a lot of structural problems with it because I didn't build it right. We can get Jet Truck off of there. Go away, Jet Truck. So yeah, there might be some structural redesign here and there, but we know it works for the most part. Like the tank design is good, at least on the small boy. The propulsion is good. We have the slightly overclocked shuttle engines, right? The Venture Star lid ain't gonna fit. Ain't gonna fit. Won't fit that. Let's see, is there a picture of how this thing would attach anywhere? So there's the umbilicals right there. Umbilical there, aerospike there, aerospike there. If we kind of cross-section that with this, that would mean my hold down points are on the inside of where the umbilical attachment mechanism is. So the umbilicals would be right there, which means Venture Star would ride on the outside of this. Okay. Hey, Ice King. Thank you for the raid, my friend. And they're riding basically right where the wings are, which makes perfect sense. Excellent. So... okay. Yeah. Back to story. Yeah, that's where that needs to be. The only other thing that we can do is if I move the fuel dumps this way, and then we move that way. We move the engines in, because we're not using the fairing. Ooh. It's an X33, Nils, but yeah. And then that means we'd need to bring these in. See, this is what I mean about the structural redesign, Hip. Working in this pad, I'm sure, will give you good ideas for MLV. Yep. Hip, it's one thing, you know what I'm learning? It's better to work on like 2 different projects at once. So, like, have the engineering mode saved where we can screw around and do stupid things like Kraken drives and whatnot. And then have like mission mode and then career mode so you can mess around with different things, because one project will feed into the other. The stuff that the benefits that we got from like, okay, hybrid tech. Hybrid tech I originally had that idea from screwing around with cranes, remember? We wanted to make a better hinge, and we figured it out back in like May or April or something. And I used it to make a stronger crane. And then I realized the applications are everywhere. And then I used that to make MLV. And then I use that to make physics-less hold-down points. And those physics-less hold-down points from the MLV that come from the hybrid tech in the first place are now being used to fix the SSTO. There's... Working on multiple projects just feeds... One feeds into the other. So it's good to do... It's good to exercise the chops, you know what I mean? Every once in a while. See, now that we're not using a fairing, I'm kind of thinking bringing the propulsion in like this, like the actual Venture Star, might be a good idea. I could still keep that the docking port right in the center of the launch plate. That's no problem. And I'll put the fuel dumps right there. Alright, now that's the center line of the vehicle, right? Okay. Let's go over here, center line of the vehicle. The salami lid. Ah, damn you. Ah. Guys, it sucks. Got salami lid stuck in my head again. Ain't gonna fit. It won't fit that. Salami lid ain't gonna fit. I hate you. I hate you all. Okay. Those are aligned. Perfect. Right. Just needed that to measure. You hate us? Get in line. Wait, what? Hey, Nazalik, what's going on? Platinum, hey, I'm doing a throwback right now. Guess what I'm listening to while you engineer this? Yep, the Rebel Galaxy soundtrack. Nice, man. I wish. The funny thing is, Platinum, is that those songs got really popular. Not entirely just because of Rebel Galaxy, but they got really popular because they're good songs, and then they started enforcing the copyright. Because the song got popular. Hang on, sorry about that. Anyway. I've also noticed that the X-33 has that little outcropping right there. I won't do that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, see how it has that little area that comes out next to where the umbilical is? And that's outside of the wings. Is that outside of the body flaps? No, it's not. The body flaps on this are too big. My body flaps are too big. Yeah, I guess they are. Huh. And that actually explains why that area is there, because look, there's I put that gap there. I didn't do anything with it to save part count. Dude, I'm like kind of worried. I'm kind of worried about moving the shuttle engines inward like that. I mean, first of all, what if they cook the root part? We might want to move that. Alright, we'll leave it like that for a second. Okay. And now let me see something. Are we... Yeah, it's pretty lined up. Yeah, the cat jam works perfect with it, doesn't it? Alright, we don't need that. See, the salami lid might not fit, but what about the pastrami lid? The pastrami lid. The pastrami lid, they ain't going to fit. It's not going to fit. No. No, it does not fit. The pastrami lid does not fit. The bologna lid. Okay. Alright, well, let me get rid of this, let me get rid of this, and let me get rid of this. What are we going to have this thing sit on? So the hydraulics are there, and I'll just kind of put those off to the side for a moment. And then what I'm going to do right here is put a debug rotational controller, and it's just gonna take that target angle, set it to 90, and then take that target angle, so once again, this is just for debug control. There we go. So I can see how this whole damn thing moves. We also got to figure out how we're going to align the SSTO. The SSTO needs to align, and we need the pins to align it, right? In order to do that, we do need to lift it up. And we did use air brakes, but we used air brakes because I think the hydraulics would have drifted. But if I can develop some kind of pin and locking system here to hold, to like align the thing. So like we'll back it up, right? And if I have like a thermal bearing facing down, right? That, you know, like we'd have to make a hole in the TPS like I did with the space shuttle. Maybe a control surface or something. We'll put the control surface all the way down, and then the thing will pop up, and we'll get an alignment dowel, and then those alignment dowels will lift the entire thing up into position. But see, well, that's the thing. If I do that, how is this going to get aligned? Because that means we need to lift it up and then slide it slightly back. That's what the air brakes were doing. The air brakes were helping me align there. I'm thinking. 7.1's nice and frosty. Cool. That is pretty freaking sweet. And then we can use a hybrid tech crew access arm too. You can use the hybrid tech access arm, and then we could make a CAA that does not drift because it's on hybrid tech. Would never have to worry about it. It's pretty sweet. Anyway, okay. I think these positions are all the right positions that I want. Everything is where it needs to be, for the most part. Let me rotate these back into position, and then we will align these with the outer hinges, like that, and then we'll put them in the spot where they basically need to be. That's the right distance apart, if I'm looking at this right. Yeah. Now that's pretty neat. And they're pushing right up on the... They're pushing basically on something that's aligned with the hold down point. I'm pretty sure that's what the real thing did as well. So the hydraulic is right there, and the hydraulic is on a bar that's aligned with the hold down. Perfect. Cool. And it looks like those hold down pins are actually closer than where the outside of this would be. See how they're not like right at the top up here? Yeah, they're inset just a little bit. I wonder why they would do that. Let's think. Why would they put them in like this? It's probably aligning to something structural back there. It has to be. Have you looked into seeing if the expanding docking port works with same vessel? I haven't, Mutter. I don't see why it wouldn't. Yeah, but that thing is really coarse adjustment. I really never liked using those things in the first place, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I freaking hated them. Alright, I'm gonna take these struts off for now. And yeah, we'll keep that nice and clean. Why do you ask, Mutter? It's interesting that this is all on one axle, and the axle actually went into that block. Huh. Okay. That's all one hinge, huh? You mentioned about having something aligned from the bottom. Yeah, okay, Mutter. Yeah, I got you. I see what they're doing. See how there's just this L-shaped box here. Everything, including what the launch box ties into, is tied into that thing. And I'm pretty sure that that's what the real one was doing. It's all tied together, which is, frankly, a really smart idea. Kind of keep everything in line.
Should we wait until tonight?
I can't believe they built this thing and then never did anything with it. That's quite obnoxious. Yeah, thanks, I hate it. Yeah, see, sound suppressors right there for the aerospike. That's what those two pipes are. And then, who knows what those things are? Yeah, I know, Dave, right? Rofies. Igniters. Yeah, they're Rofi. They're igniters. See, there's 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hydrolocks, man. Have to have it. SpaceX figured out why. They're sparkers. Yeah, guys, I don't know how I necessarily feel about moving those engines inward to where the aero spikes should be, but you know what? We'll roll with it and see what happens. Alright, I think I can get rid of this. The other thing that we're going to have to do is make sure that these damn things are aligned with the ground. Rofi is the slang term for DEF, believe it or not. They're not Rofies. They're not radial outward firing igniters. Rofies are a torch igniter that the RS-68 uses to start, by technical definition. When they say Rofi ignition, the sparklers go off at the same time, so everybody thinks that the sparklers are called Rofies. They're not. They're not. That's not what it's called. No, those are just sparklers. So you're technically right. Rofies became the slang term for it. But the radial outward firing igniter is what an RS-68 uses to start. True story. So, fellas, I want to show you something here. There's a thing that I noticed. If we go to this fairing and we attach to that fairing, that's the center line of the vehicle, right? I wanted to see if we attach there too. Okay, they are lined up. It looks like it's not, but that's just because of the asymmetrics. I was gonna say, if this thing wasn't lined up over the launch mount, then yeah, that's annoying. Okay, so that's good. And then I have my debug controller right here. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with moving the thrust mount in on these things. I really don't. I think that's fine. I don't think there's... Yeah, there's nothing particularly wrong with doing that. The structure, the dynamic structure of the vehicle is going to be a little bit different because this engine was pushing right up on the girder segment here that's holding the two bilobe aft tanks in position. And I put my tanks in a bilobe configuration, and then I put it inside of a fairing so it actually flies correctly. Yeah, the tanks will generate aero off of the fairing that's behind the gray flags. These are just gray flags out back. I use that to make the back of the plane because they're physicsless parts and they don't really apply aero to, because they're physicsless. But they will apply to whatever they're attached to, which is that. Which means we want to make drag off the back of the vehicle. That's fine. Pretty much, Loopy, yeah. Just a slang term. Like everybody calls a copy machine a Xerox machine. Or a vacuum cleaner is a Hoover. Just, yeah. Same idea. Everything's a vice grip. Yep. Even though vice grip was the name of one brand of vice grips. Band-Aids. Yep. You guys got it. Mm-hmm. Kleenexes are Kleenex. I don't care what anybody says. Ah, Ninja, don't worry about it. It's all good. Alright. So, now I gotta figure out something for this thing to sit on. But, here's the other thing. The root part. I don't want... Now that I moved the engines inward, and we're gonna try for a launch box that's using all physicsless parts to stay in position. Now that we're doing that, yeah, now that we're doing that, we gotta be careful here. Okay, yeah, I gotta move it out of the way because if the engines hit that thing and if they explode it during ignition, the whole pad will blow up. That's the root. That's the first part I placed down. So, here's what we're gonna do. those are attached. Those aren't attached to those? Why would I... There's gotta be a reason for that, but... This is a crazy decision here, but I'm going to take the root part and I'm going to move it over the hinge instead. There we go. I'm using I-beams for alignment. And now... I just got rid of the parts that I was going to use to make this, to do this operation, but that's fine. Because I'm an idiot. That's all still aligned. Cereberon, still alive. Ow! That hurt. Okay, everything should be back into position, so if I take the rotational debug controller, it should... Whoop. I do believe that's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What numbskull built this thing? Yeah, I know. The fill and drain. This is where we fill up the pad. It has to be over here now. We gotta move it. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Aldafax. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the 15 months. I hope you guys enjoy this stuff. I swear, I've been kind of in a funk for the last couple of months with houses and, you know, just wanted a variety stream before that and everything, but I'm aiming for a gigantic push of Kerbal content. Not this, like launching and stuff with MLV for the last quarter of this year. That's what I'm aiming for. And then, yeah, I want to get MLV working, and then I want to go. We want to go. Let's go to all the planets and stuff. You know what I'm saying? We'll bring the mission mode back, bring voting back, bring all that other stuff back. Yeah, that's for after I get settled from the move. That and automotive content, you guys, yeah, no, I got a lot of stuff planned. I've just finished my Minecraft building. Am I okay to build a few smaller buildings in the same lot? Kick, we talking over here? This lot right here? Yeah, go ahead. Just south of Canadian. Yeah. Yeah, fill this. Go ahead. Fill it up. Build whatever you want. Yeah. In this back lot, do it. Do it. Build everything. Build all the things. Wow, there's a lot of buildings springing up over there. Jeez. And that bridge, though, that bridge looks wicked good. That thing came out excellent. I'm really happy with it. Minecraft City do be looking good, though. Don't forget drum solos. Indeed. Alright. Now, let's think. This whole system is tied together. I'm pretty sure that this is... Yeah, see? It's all tied together on one big hinge. At least I think that's what that's doing. It's interesting that they do that way. But I like that. I like that it's tied in with where the pad holds onto it. That's actually really smart because it's Lockheed. Okay, Mutter. Yeah, we'll see. See what I can do. How would we do this with hybrid tech? Do you guys, so first of all, do you guys think that that's a good way to do this? Second of all, if we were going to do this with hybrid tech, how would we do it? I mean, we basically do what we did right here, right? And then just, well, yeah, we can reverse it. Instead of putting the pins on this, we can make one pin that goes all the way across. But if we made one, how are we going to make one pin that goes all the way across? We could have one root part. I could attach the pin to the root. We just make RCS balls that go all the way across, but that won't structurally. That won't work. Structurally, that won't do what I'm trying to get this thing to do. I'm thinking. Hey Whitney, what's going on? Thanks for linking me up that thread. I learned a lot, but hey, did I call that? Your boy called it. In this case, I guess it's two pins aligned with each other. Yeah, Mutter. I mean, I don't think the real one is just a metal dowel that goes through some plastic parts like this, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if that was the gist of it. But even if you had a metal rod going through here, this would eventually stress it out. So it probably doesn't work exactly like that. So I could probably just keep doing what we were doing here. I think what we were doing here works. Yeah, exactly, Mutter. Yeah. How strong do Kraken bearings need to be? I don't have a number for you, Firework. They need to be strong enough to be able to not bend when we move this thing upright. That's 44 tons of SSTO. Alright, we'll go with the... We'll go with it. Do I have a mock-up for this thing in here? No, I don't. Oops. Game took a dump. It doesn't like that. This is the LV5A HT upgrade. This marks what needs to be changed for the HT SSTO upgrades. that HC upgrade subassembly is going to get overwritten a couple of times. It is character limited. Remember the SPMT we did yesterday? What about him? I don't... Alright. Firework, don't do that. Don't speak in riddles like, I want to remember that. No, don't do that. That's what I do. You don't do that. What are you talking about? Do you see something here that could be potentially wrong, or are you just guessing again? I know you like doing that. Don't do that. I tell you not to do that. You still do it. It could do 45 tons. I wonder if we could use the wheels. For what? Yeah, Prey, you're gonna feel like dog crap for a couple of days, but you'll get over it, dude. For lifting the SSTO into the upright position. You want me to use an SPMT wheel for putting this thing vertical? Firework, are you talking about lifting it up to be attached to the pad and then the pad will turn it upright? That's what, so dude, yeah, that's why I made the SSTO, that's why I made the SPMT yesterday in the first place, to see if I could figure out a better way to lift this thing. Yeah, that's why I did that. Yeah. But it turned out to, we couldn't get it centered, and I made, there were some problems with the hybrid tech that I made that that can be fixed other ways. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ruffles, 62 months. Thanks. What was I doing? I lost my train of thought. Frick. Oh yeah, the pins. We were working on the pins. Yeah, those don't need to be... We'll just go with the hybrid tech that we had. That will work. Now, to get this thing into the vertical... yeah, we have to reattach it. Just leave that out there for a second. Oh yeah, no, that's what I was doing. Okay. Yeah. Guys, we can't get rid of this mock-up, alright? So, I'm just letting you guys know, I can't just get rid of it because this has the position changes for all this. I want the vents right there, basically where the umbilicals should be on the real one. And then, what I'm gonna do is on this, and that was in Mirror Sim if I'm remembering correctly. Yep. Prof, thanks for the 62, man. I appreciate it. I'm thinking, fellas. Give me one moment. One moment. Okay. So I attached the hold down point to a tank mount right here. This girder segment is attached to that fairing. And then the fairing for the tank mount is attached to the girder segment. I put physics-less part attached to the girder segment there. And if we're not going to do the same vessel collision fairing that we did before with this, if we're not going to do that, interesting. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm wondering if, because we're not using SVI on the center fairing, if it's even a good idea to have that. I might need to re-engineer the whole back of this thing. But I said that that's what I would need to do. 7.1 is being tested. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it is. So warm. So warm. Hello, Guy. Could you simply protect the root part with a flame deflector, or are we working a different part of the problem? Yeah, Loopy, we could deflect. We could do it with. We could make that. Yeah, with a flame deflector. But because I'm not, I want to try this without same vessel interaction, without putting all the weight on the fairing, and I want to use the physics-less hold downs. I want to do that. I want to do physics-less hold downs. I want to see what this does. I'm very, very interested to see. Because I think this will actually be stronger than than fairing SVI. So I moved the root part right underneath. It's dead center underneath the main pivoting hinge. And I'm going to change some things around here. But yeah, fellas, make sure I don't delete this SSTO here. This mock-up. Actually, I'll make a new sub-assembly for it right now. Do you think 7.1 will pop like the last test tank? Maybe. I hate that glitch. I hate it so much. Sometimes it takes the sub-assembly and the game, for whatever stupid reason, thinks you're copying it. It's very annoying. There's like 30 SSTOs down there where the game tried to pick up on a radial attach. Yeah. And the game thinks it's part of the vehicle. It's very annoying, actually. And if you save, it corrupts the file. So the only real solution here is to go in here and delete every one of these by hand. Find the stupid root part and delete it by hand. I forget when this problem came about, but yeah, it's very annoying. Banana. Banana. All right, so I have that sub-assembled with the positions for everything, so now I don't need to worry about necessarily getting rid of this thing. Why? Stop this. So freaking annoying. And it's not like a... Who knows what the hell all that means. Yeah, it breaks the game pretty damn hard. Let's see if we can save. Did it pick up the save? It's not even showing the damn save. Oh. Hope that doesn't break. What could go wrong there? They took the cap off 7.1 the other day. That might mean they're going to test it to failure. They don't want to damage with the cap. Yeah. Alright. Sometimes. Alright, let me look at one more thing. One more thing. So, with that hydraulic test, it's very clear that those hydraulics are like out here somewhere. What about the ones that hold up the launch box? Well, those ones are like straight down. Yeah, reboot, it does happen. It's kind of annoying. Do we have any pictures of this thing when it's totally down? So those hydraulics, you can see them. They're pretty much straight up when that thing is at 45 degrees. So if this is a 90-degree rotational controller, 2.5 should get me about where the launch box needs to go. But see, now there's another thing. Our launch box is going to be a lot smaller this time. It's not going to go all the way down to the ground. But for the most part, at a 45-degree angle, those hydraulics are straight up. And then it definitely has a pivot on the end. We know that. And then there's the locking pin right there. And then there's a guide. Look, there's a guide pin down there. Either that or that's. Hang on. Either that or it's a water line. Could be a water line, dudes. Let me take a look. There's another shot of it from another angle that we can. Yeah, it's the water line. Okay, it's no alignment. That's for the sound suppressor and the pad deluge. Yeah, see those holes right there? Pad deluge for the aerospike engines. And then there's one on either side. There's the locking pin right there. See that? When this thing sets down, there's a hydraulic that'll push a piece of metal through here and it'll lock it in position and it won't move. Okay. Yep, all right. Okay, so let me start messing with some things. Human, how you doing, buddy? So that's where the pin will go. And now let's take these and just rotate them. That's 45 degrees. Definitely not. So those are 30 degrees there. And that's 15 degrees. I don't think we have 15. Now keep in mind the launch box, like the edge of the thing is like right here, give or take. So yeah, that's where it is, right there. And the launch box sits about halfway into the recessed area here. We're changing some stuff around, huh? Moving this down is only going to move that back on that axis. Interesting. Okay. I don't think it's that. Let me look at the angles there. 30. That's 30 degrees. And now keep in mind that's just a model, but I'm pretty sure that these ones are the same way. Can't really see it from that angle. I'll go with this. Yeah, Dead Crew, I usually have to explain things a couple of times. And then we know that from these other pictures here, yeah. Okay. See the hydraulic right there? The hydraulic is pretty much, when this thing is at like 45 degrees, it's pretty much straight up and down. I just need to look at the relation of the pivot point to the ground, and I guess I'll use the scale model here. That pivot point is awfully close to, like, this is the surface of the pad, like this is where you walk on, like, and then there's concrete right here and right here. See last, what's up, Bree? Are you gonna take a break around 4? I have something I need to talk to you about. Wow, there's a surprise. Jeez, really? Couldn't possibly think, you know, what's that about? At 4, I'll go on break, sweetheart. Yeah, at 4, I'll go on break. Okay. Now, should we be as so bold as to do this? Now, if we did that, that's going to be one tick too low. So now we take that hinge, move it up, and we take the TE hinge and we move that up as well. Now that's all realigned because that pivot point is up towards the top of the TE, which makes sense. And now if we do this, right, take this, move it, move these things back down like this. And then move them 15, 30 degrees like that. She will tolerate your weakness no longer, Guy. You've left the toilet seat up for the last time. Oh, I'm sorry. So, the other thing is that is the launch box directly centered? I can't tell. Like, so, all right. See the box right there? See that one, fellas? Is if we go into like paint, right? If we have the launch box like this, right? It is the pivot point right there, and are these kind of going out to the edges like that? Is it equidistant, or is there a part of the box that goes down here? That's what I'm wondering. Like, are these perfectly... Interesting. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell from the pictures. But then again, is that X basically aligned with the pentametric fan right there? Is it aligned with the pivot hinge? Also, I want this model, by the way. Pint, paint, pont. It's hard to tell. Can't tell in that picture. Yeah, for the most part, the structure is. And then there's a height increased area right here. That height increased area. See that beam right here and this beam right there? That's where they attach. And then there's a piece that extends up here that holds the flame diverter and then the explosive bolt housings with the rofies and whatnot. You have an X-33 model at home. X-33 model at home. Should make the launch pad for this. Seriously though, that's such a good print by Linux. Unbelievable. I'm really, really happy he gave that to me. Also the salami with it. The salami lid won't fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Okay? So don't even try. You're going to model a launch pad in Maya and 3D print it. I actually think, though I have the entire plans for the mobile launcher. All of the plans. So, one of the hard things about doing hard surface modeling, hard. One of the tough things about doing hard surface modeling is not having the blueprints and not getting your scale right. I have a full set of plans for the Saturn V mobile launcher, so, I mean... Maybe we should start doing that. But also modeling the X-33 pad in Maya would be really fun. Not gonna lie to you. Alright, so this should start to help us get our launch pad shape here. So let me rotate the TE and that into the upright position. This should help us get our shape. So it looks like this thing's going to be sitting a little bit lower in the flame trench here that we made. So if I take this and we move this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. Yeah, that's a little better. 7-point vents are closed. It might be a pop soon. That would be a fun way to start the day. Did you guys know the salami lid won't fit? It's a travesty. It ain't yes, to someone, she ain't gonna feel like that. Ain't gonna feel like that. Won't fit that. Anyone else lose the excitement for the tank test? I didn't necessarily lose the excitement, I'm jonesing for Starship to fly more than anything, my dude. Tank tests are cool, though. It's a fun and vital part of the testing regime. This is just a mock-up for what the new box is going to look like. It's actually pretty cool. I'll admit, though, it looks a little strange with that docking port there. I don't know, man. I don't know, dudes. Space News. Will Starship ever launch? August. August DNA. I'm pretty sure. I thought we were gonna change the tank structuring. I might, Ren. I'm not necessarily gonna change the tanks. Actually, I'm not necessarily gonna change the tank structuring. It's actually not bad. It's fine the way it is. I do have a launch plate back here, but it's in the form of a fairing with 2 girder segments attached to, and everything is attached to the girder segments. The engines are attached to those girder segments. That basically acts like a one big launch plate. But I'm wondering about moving those shuttle engines in like that. I'm not sure. It ain't gonna fit like that. Ain't gonna fit. Like, that would be kind of... That's kind of neat. That looks like it belongs there. I'm worried about moving all this stuff around, you know? Now that this is here, maybe I should move the OHMS engines out here. I think that they would look better out here by the verniers. See what I mean? Like, this is what I mean about toying with this stuff. Now, these would be in radial symmetry like this, right? It's not creep, Mutter. I'm just getting stuff out of the way. And these have 10.5 degrees of gimbal, so... Bringing them in on the center line, dude, would be pretty sweet. And then these should be grandparent strutted, and if they're grandparent strutted, that means they're strutted to the fairing. So they're attached to the girder and then strutted to the fairing. Girder segment's over there at an angle. Yeah, okay. I don't mind this. Now what are we gonna do about that docking port down there? Man, does that thing have to have that? You know what? I'm putting it right like that. Maybe even a little bit. No, that's too much. Right there. Money. Could the actual Aerospike gimbal? Yeah. Well, yes, Mutter, yes, and there's actually, you could do you can do more with an Aerospike engine in here. You could do more with the Spike than just gimbaling it. So the Spike can actually the Spike can gimbal. But what you also can do is that you can throttle these engines down. All these are a bunch of tiny little rocket engines that are all pointed at this this linear toroidal shape, right? So it's, if you looked at it from the side, it would be a toroidal shape, but it's linear instead of being a complete cone. You can, I don't know if this shows the gimbal. So this engine could be gimbaled, Mutter. You could gimbal this if you really wanted to. You could put it on TVC. Or you could just throttle certain clusters of these engines down to get differential thrust. So like, because you have a pack of engines up here and a pack of engines down here, if you just fired these two, right, on the Aerospike and then shut these two off, you'd get a roll. I think that's how that works. Here, let's try XRS 2200, see if that gives anything. I could have sworn these were gimbalable, but I can't, there's no footage of it, but yeah. I know. The linear Aerospike does look amazing, doesn't it? Wouldn't you get cavitation on the linear mount every time the engine fires? No. No, fireworks. There's a little bit at the bottom, but that's no problem. Okay, this needs to go up. Just one. That'll give us enough space. And that actually ended up lining everything up correctly. I'll try the offset. We'll try the offset docking port. I'm curious to see what this does. I remember that make. Yeah, I tried to make a linear aerospike with panels and stuff, and I just tried to make it look cool. It wasn't functional at all, but yeah. Okay. I suppose it doesn't really matter where we put the docking port. I was putting it in line because that makes more sense, but yeah. I don't see anything wrong with this. There is one more thing I do want to check. Put this thing back up into the vertical position. We gotta be careful about getting that to fit. It's gonna be close. The other thing we could do is just move that in, and you know it won't fit, but now we'll make it fit. Sometimes it won't fit, but other times. Maybe they just add a linear aerospike or not. Building a linear aerospike like that would really require a lot of fluid dynamics. I think that's kind of out of scope for what they're trying to do. The X-33 vehicle flight control is accomplished by a combination of aerosurface deflection and engine thrust vectoring. So it does have TVC motor. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just snowballing together a pad real quick. What we're doing here is just mock, but I think that's what we're looking for. And then this thing had a locking pin down here to prevent it from... Actually, you know what? We had that problem. I remember now. We had that problem with the SSTO. So the thing about the X-33, right? The problems that we'd have when we'd go to launch this freaking thing is that the pad would want to do this. We'd go to launch it, and the whole thing would want to go that way. It would want to tilt the entire launch box. I tried using auto struts to hold it in position, and that did work for the most part, but that was entirely dependent on locking out the stupid hinge, remember? But even then, sometimes it still did it. There's a locking pin that goes in here. You see, there's a hole right there in this I-beam. And when the thing is set down into the down position, the locking pin extends and it, well, locks that thing into position. I can make that. I don't know how well it's going to work, though. That's the thing. And it does show that different sections have higher thrust for roll, pitch, and yaw. Yeah, Mutter, they would modulate the small rocket engines on an aerospike to get it to do different things. It's actually pretty cool. I mean, aerospikes are neat, dude. They're really interesting. Okay, so that's a good mock-up of the box and everything and how that all needs to go together, which is nice. Now, what do we need to have it rest on? What is it going to sit? I mean, once again, this is just kind of a mock-up here. That's just to get my dimensions right. Yeah, I got you, Ren. I got you. Your eyeballs, thank you. It's all good, man. Hey, Kickster, what's up, man? How's it going, man? All good? Sweet. Yeah, everything's going good. Yeah, kid, I can't complain, dude. I'm gonna get rid of the crew stuff just for now. This is a fuel spigot. This is for loading prop. I mean, this is a hard surface, and it's not going to... That's a tough surface, and we know it's not going to mess with anything. We know it's not going to break. They are basically attached directly to the root part. A single grandparent part like that. And then, if we... If we did something like that, we would need another one over here. So these monoprop tanks are what the launch box is going to sit on. This should make this all super sturdy. And now we need physics-less parts. Yeah, okay. The bottom of this is not going to be exact. Oh, nice, Kig. There you go. Hey, Everest, what's going on? Yeah, there we go. I'm going to have to massage some things around because this thing needs to sit. It needs to sit on there. Yeah, it needs to sit, and then we need a locking pin out here to prevent the whole thing from moving. Okay, 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 I think I got this. Let's try, what happens if we move this up just a little bit more? I think that's a little bit off the ground there. And this thing really can't go any lower, can it? Because you can't go any lower. Yeah, that's fine. This is okay. Salvage to Salvage has a new project, the 63 International Harvester Travelall LS Swap. Ooh. Well, I'll be dipped. All right. All right, fellas. Well, I think I think we got what we're looking for. All right. So, hierarchically, how would we want to build this? Let me build it in my head real quick. I know this is weird. I get it. I just need to put it together in my head. So, I suppose I could try to speak out loud. So, we want something attached to the root part of the subassembly. The root part of the subassembly is that hinge. Right? And then the docking port next to it. How I had it before was fairing and then docking port. But docking port, and even if we grandparent strutted, it would grandparent to this, which really wouldn't make sense. Okay. Generating hierarchical structure. Herb. Brub. Brub. You made me lose my train of thought with the generating hierarchical structure. Beep, 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 beep. You know what the messed up part is? I think my control surfaces are too big. My control surfaces are too big. Won't fit that. Ain't gonna fit. Silly Kerbal. That's not how symmetry works. The salami lid is not gonna fit. Ain't gonna fit. Won't fit that. It ain't gonna fit. Salami lid ain't gonna fit like that. Actually, you know what I'm doing? What's the relative lift area of this? Now we are screwing with arrows, so we've got to be careful. Relative lift area is 1, and that one is 0.5. That just means the angle of attack that we need to deploy these at to get them to work correctly is going to be a little bit more than what we usually need. So, you know what? Screw it. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off now. And then I'll do this correctly in a craft file, a master craft file for the SSTO. Alright, so attach both of these things. Absolute snap, because they're designed to line up with the wing. Snap them up here and get them as close to the center of that as we can. You're a master craft file. I know. Thank you. Yeah, but 95, how do you feel about salami lids? Won't fit that. Ain't gonna fit like that. You know it just never fits, that's what she's saying. Alright. Cool. Ah, the Murphmobile. Very nice. This is actually looking... See? It's just a bunch of small things with the SSTO that I needed to really, really get right. This looks so much nicer now. Ugh. Outlanders. They come here. They no buy what nobody buys. Ugh. They come here. They mess up my store. Hey. Fipaniaga, Tobi de Lankidanko. Chat, mate, wanna know about that. Sold. Let me take you out back, huh? I find what you need. Don't fit that. Alright, I gotta make sure that this is lined up with your mom. Got him. When you are stacking the Freedom Rocket together, how much do you keep the rocket... How do you keep the rocket wobbling on launch? Good question, Frank. Same vessel collision, dude. My inner stage is a fairing on Freedom. And then my second stage is a fuel tank. Same diameter. I have same vessel collision on the fairing, which is hollow. And then it holds the engine and the docking port inside. And then I have same vessel collision on the second stage fuel tank. The small docking port is just to hold the thing in place. It's just to hold the two things together. Structurally, though, the same vessel collision butts up against each other, and that's much stronger. The docking port just keeps it in alignment, like a bolt. When you bolt something together, right? Is the bolt structural? No. The bolt is squeezing two flanges together, and the flanges are what's structural. The bolt's just located. I don't use docking ports for structure. That's really stupid. Docking ports don't make good structural carriers. It's a docking port, right? That would be like, I'm going to attach a seat to my car's door. Nope, don't do that. That's not a good idea. That won't end well, right? Because if the seat was attached to the door, what happens when how are you going to open the door, right? Doors are not structural. Docking ports are not structural. And what are they but a spacecraft's doors? Bad idea. Got him. Right? So, Frank, that's actually a really good question. Really, really good. All right, that's all lined. Perfect. Okay, cool. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, fellas. On the other side of space news, dudes, we'll keep going with this. SSTO launch box. Finish new launch box. Derpty derpty deedly derpty derpsin. Sweet. Actually, these just need to be in one. Yeah, right there. That's good. That's good. That is gonna fit. Okay. It will fit like that. Okay? It will. Bird! I'm making my own rocket but using your crane. Yeah, a lot of people are using the crane, Frank. Isn't the crane cool? And I launched the rocket would wobble and I couldn't figure out why. Well, you got to think about structure, man. Yeah, structure. Big one. That's why, Frank, for the exact same reason that I'm talking about right now, that's why I'm redoing the SSTOs, because I think with the new hybrid tech, I can help everything get aligned. With hybrid tech combined with same vessel collision, which is what I'm using on MLV, my new launch vehicle, I can get alignment and structure. I get bolts and flanges, and the docking port holds it all together. Docking port's just the glue. It's not the structural carrier. Remember that. Putmins. Outlanders, they come here, they no buy what nobody buys. Ugh. Come here and they mess up my store, eh? Put me in. Okay. So hold down points are right there, and the hold down points would have been on the outsides of the arrow spike right there. So basically the edges of the arrow spike would have been lined up with the wings, and the hold down points would have been lined up with that as well. Yeah, okay. So give me 1 second, fellas. That needs to be there. Either that or my wings are too far out. I don't think so. I think we're okay. And that's where the edge of the linear arrow spike would be, basically right where these hold downs are. And then I'm going to ride the ohms engines out here. And then we'll grandparent strut those to there so they don't really move around. But we might need an additional strut. But then again, physicless parts should be okay. Should I make hold down points or should I keep using structural triangles with same vessel interaction? Frank, here's the thing, okay? You have NASA nerd in your name, so let me tell you how NASA does it, okay? Let me tell you how NASA does it. What do you want it to do? Do you need your rocket to hold down? Do you need it to be held down? Does that need to be a thing? Honest question. Do you want to hold down the rocket? Why do you want to hold down the rocket? Is there a reason? Think about this. Is there a reason why you want that to do that? What's the reason? Yes, for more stability when stacking the rocket. Okay, cool. So you need to hold it down. Frank, might I recommend a vehicle stabilization system, or VSS for short? Here, let me show you. So, a vehicle stabilization system, and the thing is that I am going to use one of these for MLV. It's going to have a VSS on it. What is a VSS? A vehicle stabilization system is designed to do the exact thing that you're trying to address. It is a stabilizer that is usually mounted on a fixed service structure or umbilical tower that's next to the rocket. Now, you could build a tower next to your vehicle, no problem. This vehicle stabilization system, wait a minute, what the hell is this for? That's a shuttle pad down there. This is a shuttle MLP. Huh. The vehicle stabilization system is basically a spring that when the spring is at full extension, the rocket is pointed straight up. It's a spring and a shock absorber, so it's suspension. So when the rocket is moving, like in the case of this, if they're moving it on the mobile launcher and they're moving it out of the VAB, the rocket's going to do this. You don't want it to do that. You want it to dampen out that force, and you want it to be held right straight up, right? And also for integration, that probably has something to do with it. So a VSS could be useful. Now, you don't necessarily need a VSS with shock absorbers on it, but you could. The VSS certainly helped NASA when they were stacking the Saturn V. Microwave would be like, They had a VSS for the Saturn V holding the vehicle, I think, between the second and third stage. And, well, NASA back in the day was a little bit cavalier about how they test, so they tested the VSS doing this, with a stacked Saturn V inside of the VAB. See? There's the VSS working. It's addressing the exact same problem that you are... Heave, ho, let go. It's addressing the exact same problem that you're trying to address for integration. See? The VSS doing its thing. Isn't that cool? Bunch of guys just, kick the rocket. Yep, look, that's a mock-up of a service module. It's a structural test article. But, yeah, kick the rocket. The rocket this Saturn V was real all the way, basically the stages were all real. It had mock-ups of payload up here, but the stages were all structural testing articles. So that was SA500F down there, and I forget what the second stage test article was. In the third stage, but the service module, you can tell from those RCS blocks that's fake. That's a testing article. This isn't the real one. Yeah, just kick it. Kick the damn thing. Test the stabilization system. Hey, it worked. You need to make a clamp around the first and second stages to hold it straight. Wouldn't be the first time someone's done that. Vehicle stabilization systems aren't just for vertically integrated rockets, too, by the way. This thing has a VSS on it. Find it. Where is it? Here, let me get this picture out. Where's your stabilizer? Think about it. Where's the stabilizer? What's going to hold it in place? Uh-oh. See what I mean? Yeah, look, they even have a dragon stabilizer right there. See? Dragon stabilization system. Now, why do they have one for dragon? Why do they have one for the second stage? And look, oh, there's also a stabilizer here for the first stage. Why would you have all this? They have all this because of the way SpaceX puts the rocket together. So, the first thing that they do when they go to put a Falcon 9 on the transporter erector is they grab the first stage. So, the first stage, they pick it up from hoist points that are right there. See it? See that? It's bolted over in this picture, but that's a hoisting point. Right there. It's on the thrust structure. They pick it up with a crane. They pick the back of the booster up, and then they pick the inner stage up. There's another attachment point here. I think it's right there, but I could be wrong. I forget where it is. And then they attach Falcon 9's hold down point to one hold down point. Just that one. They just attach this to that first. That's all. They don't attach the 4 hold down points. Falcon has hold down points at 12, 3, 6, and 9. They only attach the one at 6 o'clock. Then what they do, they undo this crane once that hold down point is attached, and then they let the rocket down on this stabilizer here. Now, if you notice, that stabilizer, check it out. Look, there's a pivot point right there to allow this thing to move like this. Right? And then there's another hydraulic here that makes this thing pivot upright. So they actually put Falcon 9 down on the transporter erector sideways, bolt the hold down point in, and then level the rocket with this thing. And now that when it's level, when these things are all, now that the stage is level, right? It's parallel to the TE, they lock this thing in position, and then it just holds the first stage there. So there's the hold, and then they bolt the other 4 hold down points into position. From there, they take the second stage and they literally pick it up with ratchet straps. Or something kind of basically similar. There's no hold down points. There's no attachment points for the second stage. Because why? Why would you need that? Maybe you could bolt it somewhere, but do you see any hoist points or anything? There's just vent points and then RCS and whatnot. They basically pick the damn thing up with 2 straps, kind of like a hammock almost. They pick it up with the 2 cranes, and then they drop it into position, and then they move it into position, and then there's an access hatch in the inner stage somewhere. I forget where it is. There's an access hatch in there, a way to get in, and then they move it into position. They attach this. They put the M1D in the cradle right there, and then they attach the hold down points. The second stage does the same thing. They kind of put the back end in first, and then they let it down. They let it down on this clamp right here. It has the payload attachment fitting, right? And depending on what payload Falcon is using, they actually, from here forward, see where that hole is? From this slide? From there forward, they configure it. They would unbolt this. That umbilical is for a Dragon. See this? This attachment piece right here? It's actually modular. That one's for Dragon. If it was a cargo Falcon 9, it wouldn't have these stabilizer arms on it. But since this one is Dragon, they have the Dragon umbilical, HVAC, and then all the electrical and communications lines over here. And then they have the stabilizer bars for Dragon right there. And those stabilizer bars are what they go when they take Dragon. It's vertical. They pick it up, they pick up the back, turn it horizontal, and then they kind of wedge it down like this and then put it into position. They attach like kind of the back first. They bring it down, attach the back first, and then attach the stabilizers. But we have 3 vehicle stabilizers here. 1, 2, and 3. All of these are horizontal vehicle stabilizers, but they are stabilizers. That's what they do. They cradle the rocket when it's being transported, and then whoop, and then the strongback only retracts when the tanks are at flight pressure. You know why? Falcon 9 can't stand up by itself fully unless it's fully fueled and fully pressurized. It won't stand up correctly. It'll break. They're called crane slings. Yeah, there you go. See, look, Falcon Heavy, see, it had a different attachment. It has a different attachment piece. And this different attachment piece has another stabilizer using those crane slings to hold the fairing up. See, that's what this yellow ribbon is on SpaceX's transporters, if you ever wonder why that is a thing. It's just basically two bars that go up like this, and then they have a sling in between, and that holds the fairing up. See? Yeah. Frank, the type of problem that you're addressing, you're trying to address, is something that every rocket has. Every rocket has a stabilizer problem. You have to find ways to line stuff up. That's why I like Kraken Tech so much. There's the Dragon umbilical again. How do you even go about obtaining this information? I figured it out, Reagan. I figured it out from looking at these stupid pictures. I'm not even kidding. Lunchbox, Falcon 9 will not stand up by itself. It will not stand up by itself. A first stage unfueled cannot hold a second stage and payload on top. Why would it need to do that? Think about it. What are you trying to do? Why would a first stage need to hold up a second stage and a payload on top of it? Why would it need to do that unless it was fully fueled in the vertical position? Doesn't make any sense. Right? So say, oh, we have a scrub. Say that, we have to scrub the mission. Okay, the strong back comes back and the vehicle stabilizers clamp everything into position. So now it has a strong back. That's why it's called a strong back. It holds the rocket upright. See what I mean? Falcon 9 can't stand up by itself. Not with a second stage and payload on. I mean, don't get me wrong, it probably could. You might be able to do it, maybe. But there's a whole bunch of things that you'd have to worry about. Kerbal ain't the only thing where stuff does weeble wobble around. That happens. Stuff like that happens in real life. You'd be susceptible to torsional loads here. Without the stabilizer, the thing could twist under load. Yeah, Falcon 9 can't stand up. It will not stand up by itself unless the first stage is fully tanked and pressurized. No way. Most rockets are like that, dude. Yeah, use stabilizers, Frank. Now, whether you're doing it vertical or horizontal, I don't know. But yeah, a lot of vehicles have stabilizers, dude. SLS has one on its mobile launcher. Let me see if I have a... Oh, sweet. Let me see if I have a picture of it. I have a picture of SLS's VSS here. But I also gotta take a break. At least I'm pretty sure I do. Hey, baby. Nice. Let's see. Can we see it up there? Yep, there it is. Okay. So see this thing right here? See that thing with the hinges? It's this piece. That's the VSS. It's at the top of the core stage, and it holds the core stage in place. Now, don't get that confused with an umbilical. See, there's the liquid oxygen core stage umbilical, and then there's the liquid hydrogen core stage umbilical, and then in between both of those things, there's these two triangles. See them? See the two triangles? 1 and 2. That's the vehicle stabilizer. It attaches on both sides, and it holds SLS in place. Oh, look, it's a giant orange waste of money. Oh, look, Sirius is here. Not giant, just a waste of money. Got him. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take a break here. When I get back, we'll do space news. And then after that, we're going late with Kerbal tonight. I am finishing this launch box tonight. I want to get this pad operable at least by tomorrow, so we can spend the latter half of the week, Friday, Saturday, or Thursday. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday Friday and Saturday getting the big boy working. So let's save that. X out of Kerbal. I'm going to put on a video for you guys. I will be back, and at the top of the hour, we'll start space news. Same as an empty soda can. Bingo. It's the exact same idea as this. So, if this can, right, it's open, obviously, it's depressurized. If I could crush it really easily, right? Try to do the same thing when the can's full of liquid. Can't crush it. It's way stronger. Rockets do the same thing. Rockets do the same thing as this, and they're often made out of the same exact material as this, if you really want to know. It's just a more refined version, but like SLS, for instance, its core stage is made out of aluminum. Now, don't get me wrong, SLS's core stage can be brought vertical by itself, but it needs to hang on the SRBs in order to stand up straight. Think about it. Can't stand up by itself.